Hey there everybody, Travis Bowman here. I'm a fingerstyle guitar player and retro video game nerd. Let's talk about one of my favorite consoles of all time, the Sega Dreamcast. So what we have today are a list of Dreamcast games that you might not have heard of before, and if you haven't heard of them and have any interest in the console, you should probably give these games a go. But just a heads up, we're not going to be covering the ones that have already been covered a bajillion times before, like Sonic Adventure and Crazy Taxi. These are some of the games that are a little more obscure that you might not have heard about. The Dreamcast is by far my favorite system of all time, and it's because it really has that nice Sega arcadey feel, and I think that is going to be reflected in this video quite a bit. First up on the list is a game called Phantasy Star Online. This is the very first console MMORPG ever made. There are a ton of different characters and playstyles to choose from, but the main three types deal with melee weapons, handguns and rifles, or a force character. The force character deals in mostly magic such as lightning, fire, ice, etc., but they're also an integral part of the team due to their healing abilities. These characters also have an ability to buff team attacks and defense as well as lower enemy attacks and defense. You'll want one of these guys on your team if you die. They're support characters of the game and they can revive you, and if everybody on the team dies, it's game over. My personal favorite are the melee style characters, but I've played this game using all different types in the last 20 years. The game has a very rhythmic style to attacking, and you can do 3 attacks in a row, but only if they're timed correctly. It's kind of hard to describe, but if you've ever played the game, I bet you know exactly what I'm talking about. A common misconception about this game is the fact that since it's so old, you can't really play it online anymore, and that's absolutely not true. Private servers are still going to this day, and you'd be surprised just how many people still play it. It's got kind of a cult following these days. I turned on this game to capture some footage for this video, and I was really surprised to find an entire squad of players actually in the game, and this was really surprising considering that it was a Wednesday night. You're seeing me reboot the game here because I didn't initially have my Dreamcast keyboard plugged in. I turned the console off and rebooted with the keyboard plugged in so I could communicate. There was no voice chat in PSO back in the day, but nowadays people either choose to still talk with the keyboard or jump in a Discord server. I've been playing this game off and on since its release, and I've never had a bad time with it, not even once. I mean, it's dated a little bit nowadays, but it's still a lot of fun if you like grindy games. The best part about this game still being online are the other players. If you start brand new, it likely won't take you long before you run into a high level player that will help you gain some levels and even gift you some weapons and armor. You know, it's really hard to believe that we're talking about a 24-year-old game here, but hey, those Dreamcast fans are passionate like no other. So if this game looks like a good time to you, and it probably does, I'm sure you're wanting to know how to get online so you can join the fun, right? Well, getting online with a real Sega Dreamcast can be a little problematic. I purchased a device called the DreamPi several years ago, and all that is a Raspberry Pi computer designed to communicate with the Dreamcast modem. It's basically like the middleman between that modem on the Dreamcast and the broadband connection with your router. You can get a Wi-Fi capable model or just go in hardwired via Ethernet. Now the problem is these DreamPi units often are out of stock lately, and a buddy of mine has been waiting for one of these for quite some time, so when they are in stock they're about $100 or so. I think there's a guide online that will show you how to make your own, or you can spend a ton of money on the ultra rare broadband adapter for the Sega Dreamcast. However, amazingly, you can still play this game with Dreamcast users on your computer, and I won't lie, the process to get the game running on the PC is a real pain in the ass, but once you get it set up, it's actually a lot of fun, and that's how my friends play this game with me. Yeah, I could just play it on the PC, but I'd rather play it on the Dreamcast, mostly because I can. I mean, seriously, man, I love doing stuff like this if it's still possible, and it is still possible to play Phantasy Star Online. It's really cool. Yeah, you can still play the game offline if you really want to on your Dreamcast, and the grindy fun stuff is still there, but honestly, man, the real meat and potatoes is with the full squad. There's just a ton more experience and items to be gained that way, and once you play it online, it can be really tough to go back. Phantasy Star Online is by far the best RPG on the Sega Dreamcast. Jet Grind Radio is one of my favorite games of all time, and for quite some time it was a Dreamcast exclusive, but nowadays you can get this game on Steam for pretty cheap. This is one of the first games I ever got for my Dreamcast back in the day, and this copy is one of the few games that I've kept in my collection from way back then, and I'm never gonna sell it. This game is a single-player adventure, and honestly I think it's a masterpiece. The object is to skate around a small arena, paint graffiti on specific targets, and don't get killed by the police in the process. Later on, there's a lot more objectives and optional missions like racing other players to unlock them as playable characters. The game gets kind of tough and crazy after they start sending Apache helicopters and tanks after you. Think of it as a slightly more extreme Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, but with vandalism. I've always really loved the cel-shaded graphics in this one. The game is super pretty as a result. I mean, I really like this era of color and bright stuff right before everything got all brown and gray in the PlayStation 3 era. There are a ton of unlockable characters in this game, and each of them have their own attributes and power, technique, and graffiti skills. This game has massive replayability based on all of those characters. You know, I've tried them all over the years, but Garam is definitely my favorite by far. The dude is dressed like a frickin' alien, and I like his shorts, and he's just a cool guy. Painting graffiti can be as simple as pressing the left trigger, or as complicated as having to input several combinations of analog stick movements to get the job done. The level of difficulty for spraying graffiti depends on the character, and some of them are much easier to do than others. The story is very unique. You're in a rollerblading gang called the GGs, and there are several other gangs in the area fighting for control over painting the entire city of Tokyo-to. Once you clear a few stages in the area, you get to take on the enemy gang for the right to make their area your area. It's a really fun, mostly linear story that doesn't really get old, and at the beginning you have the choice to take on 3 different gangs in any order that you want. DJ Professor K narrates this entire experience, and the game has a certain level of charm that really kind of ages like a fine wine. The story takes on a rather strange turn at the end of the game, but I'm not going to spoil it. It's weird. It gets really weird, but this is definitely classic Sega at play here. The music is mostly composed by the legend Hideki Naganuma, and I'm not embarrassed to admit that I often listen to this soundtrack in my car. The music fits the game so well, and honestly, it just would not be the same without it. A lot of people have a certain video game that's very special to them, and I think that perfectly describes this game for me. I've beaten it several times now, and I often go back to it to play it again about once a year, and if you own a Sega Dreamcast, honestly, you owe it to yourself to play this game.
Nice.
The Dreamcast had a ton of different games of all sorts of different genres, but it was really blessed with an impressive lineup of arcadey sports games, and Virtua Tennis is by far my favorite on that list. This game had an impressive roster of real-life players from the early 2000s, and Sega even added more fake players to kind of spice it up a little bit. Every character has a defining attribute such as a powerful serve or a strong forehand or a fast running trait. You'll unlock several characters just by playing the game, and honestly, I really miss that about this generation. Do you remember when you got rewarded for playing the game that you paid for? This game is unbelievably simple, but it's a lot more challenging than it looks. You only have 2 buttons to worry about, and that's your simple shot button and the lob button. No slicing, topspin, or flat shot variants like other modern tennis games have, but you know, this one is pure arcade action, and I really like tennis simulation games too, but Virtua Tennis it's pure arcade perfection that I really can't deny. It's amazingly fun. I know most people don't care for tennis, and that's fine, but you gotta at least try this one before you write it off. Sure, it's really tough, but it's really not unfair. The movements and controls are spot on, and they're not too laggy or floaty. If you miss the shot, it's because you weren't in position fast enough. Movement and positioning is key in this game, and the same can be said about pretty much every other tennis game, as well as tennis in real life. There's a ton of characters that suit different play styles, such as like a defensive baseline player or an all-out serve and volley style player. You can play through the arcade mode, but the real meat is in the World Tour mode, and that's where you're going to earn the money to unlock all the characters and the outfits and the tennis courts that you can play on in the game. If you beat the arcade mode without losing a game, then Morgan Freeman himself comes out to challenge you. This dude is your practice coach in the World Tour mode, and it's crazy that you have to beat him to truly beat the game. And yes, of course you can unlock him to play in arcade and exhibition mode. He's actually called Master, and he's extremely difficult and kind of cheap if we're being real. This is an extremely addicting game that I've 100%ed more than once. Even if you don't like tennis, seriously, you should give this one a try. Toy Commander is one of the most unique games in this video. I have memories of my mom buying this for me while we were grocery shopping at Walmart. And I took it home, I popped it in, and I had a blast playing this. There's a lot more content in this game than you might imagine just looking at it. The story to this one is actually pretty epic. You play as a young boy named Andrew, and he got a lot of cool modern toys, and his older toys are really pissed off about it. This game plays exactly how we used to imagine playing with our toys back in the day. You can control fighter jets, helicopters, tanks, and trucks, and they're all equipped with missiles and bombs and other weapons like that. This game takes place entirely in one house. You get the attic, the cellar, the kids' bedrooms, the parents' bedroom, and even in the kitchen. Each level has different missions that must be completed before you can move on to another room in the house. The boss of each level is one of your old toys that has been replaced by your new toys. It's a super unique concept, and I've always really liked it a lot. However, I don't know why Andrew decided to toss Sir Alderac the 13th aside. He's a total badass flying android creature. I mean, can you imagine having this as a toy in 1999? Screw flying airplanes, I want this dude, he's awesome. Yeah, the game is damned hard, and it'll take you learning pretty much every level pretty well if you expect to beat it without cheats. There's a ton of different variety of playstyles in each mission. Some are racing levels, others are random tasks like simply destroying this Godzilla doll that's dressed as a rabbit. This game doesn't even try to be serious, but at times the music is like something that would be in a blockbuster 90s action movie, and I just love it. It's so cool. This is also a multiplayer game, and I imagine it's going to be really fun to try this one out with 3 of your friends. Toy Commander is still pretty affordable if you're looking to add a new game to your Dreamcast collection. Some of my best gaming memories are with the Dreamcast, and this one was definitely one of those. So heads up to all you parents out there. If you buy your kid a game at Walmart, they'll remember it for the rest of their life and make a YouTube video out of it. Thanks, Mom. If you're watching this video, then I would hope that you've heard of this franchise, but if not, you're in for a hell of a treat. Soul Calibur is by far the best fighting game on the system, and it's also likely one of the best looking games on the system too. This is a perfect example of the Dreamcast bringing the arcade experience home, and you can choose from several fighters that are all equipped with different weapons. You've got slow characters that hit hard, and faster characters that don't hit as hard, but they're also kind of an easy target too. It's really fun to try out the arcade mode with a new fighter just to see if they fit your playing style. Siegfried is by far my favorite character in the game, but Sophitia is a close second. This is one of those fighting games that has a dedicated block button, and I've heard several people complain about how they don't like those types of games. Honestly though, I think the block button is there because of the 8-way movement that's in this game. If you're good, you can completely run around your opponent and stab them in the back, and I really kind of like that strategy in a fighting game. That being said, somebody could still make it through the arcade mode just by button mashing. I had played 3D fighting games before, but none of them really caught me like Soul Calibur did. When I was much younger, I took my Dreamcast over to my friend Jonathan's house to play this with him, and he whooped my ass 20-0. And after that, I swore I would get much, much better at this game. I took it home, and I learned all of the moves on all my favorite characters, and now I'd like to think that I'm actually pretty good at Soul Calibur. As of the making of this video, there are 6 mainline games, and this is still one of the best games in the series. I think my personal favorite would probably be Soul Calibur 4, but this one is a very, very close second. Dead or Alive 2 and Soul Calibur are the best fighting games on the Sega Dreamcast, and I challenge you to prove me otherwise. You can't.
Siegfried versus Inferno. Battle 1, fight!
Rez is an on-rail shooter that was released in Europe and Japan, but unfortunately we didn't get it here in the States. Graphically, there's no other game like this on the Dreamcast, and the gameplay is really addicting. The wireframe looking visuals get more intense as you play, as does the music. It's really trippy to say the least. There are 10 levels per stage, and at the end of each stage you get to fight a boss, and there are a total of 4 stages. You get to lock on to multiple enemies at once by holding the A button, or you can tap the A button on each individual enemy, but I really highly recommend not doing that unless you want to get a game over very quickly. This one is all about managing a bunch of enemies on screen at once, and holding the button, hovering it over these enemies, and then letting go is the way to play this game. There are a ton of power-ups hidden in these levels, and if you're quick about it, you can level up your character to take more than one hit before you die, and that's probably going to be a necessity in the later levels of this game. This one can be really intense, but somehow oddly relaxing at the same time. If you're decent at rail shooters, you know, like Star Fox 64 or Panzer Dragoon, this one's gonna tickle your fancy. Rumor has it that the developers of this game designed this one to be played with psychedelic drugs, and I could definitely see that. There's a VR game on the PlayStation 4 called Rez Infinite, and I haven't had the chance to play that one yet, but I hear it's really good, and I'm kind of excited to check it out one day. Sega really liked weird stuff like this, and honestly, it's one of the many reasons why I'm such a fan of the company. Life is too short for the same old Mario game again and again and again. You know, I'll take stuff like this over Nintendo stuff any day of the week. Have you guys played this one before? Here's a puzzle game for you on the Dreamcast. Well, kinda. Mr. Driller is exactly what it sounds like. You've got blocks below you that must be broken with a drill in order to make it to the bottom of the screen where the finish line is. In addition to worrying about blocks falling on your head and killing you, you've got suffocation to worry about as well. These little air bubbles are scattered throughout the board, and you've got to use strategy to grab them before you run out of air, all while trying not to get squished. This game is a lot harder than it looks, and it'll take you a minute to get used to the strategy. You can't waste too much time thinking about your next move though, or else you'll run out of oxygen. There's both a beginner and an expert mode in this game, and although it isn't even close to my favorite Dreamcast game, I still like pulling this one off the shelf to play it every now and again. It's a pretty nice departure from RPGs or fighting games. I'm not particularly good at it, but I really do like it, and I need to spend more time with it so I can beat it. I'm really happy to have this one in my Dreamcast collection. What's your favorite puzzle game on the Dreamcast? Here we have an arcadey multiplayer dogfighting game. Propeller Arena was technically finished, but it was never released. The reason is pretty obvious. It was slated for release 10 days after September the 11th, 2001, and there is a New York style skyscraper level. And yeah, you can definitely crash your plane into the buildings. You know, that's really unfortunate because this game is a ton of fun. It was supposed to be fully equipped to be played online too. I haven't played this one online or even locally with friends, but I've had a good time with it in the arcade mode by myself. There's a ton of power-ups that you can grab, and it controls pretty good. My only complaint is the constant jibber-jabbering of your pilot as you play. There seems to be only like 4 or 5 voice lines per pilot, and they feel the need to talk quite a bit. Every time you shoot another plane, it seems like your pilot has to comment on it. The arenas aren't too big, but they're not tiny either. I mean, these graphics are pretty good for the time, and I think this one would have been a really popular one if it had been released. If a certain historical event didn't take place, that is. This game has a pretty good early 2000s soundtrack that definitely fits the gameplay, and if you haven't tried this one out on the Dreamcast, you definitely should. This is a fun game to play every now and then. Do you like Diablo and other dungeon crawlers? Yeah, I do too. This is a Diablo clone through and through, but it's based on an anime of the same name that I haven't checked out yet. The story is pretty typical. It's an evil dude trying to take over, and a wizard has summoned you out of your grave once again to save the world. Does any of that matter? With games like this, it's all about the gameplay, and it's pretty good. It's a little clunky compared to Diablo, but the Dreamcast controller is utilized pretty well in this game. You can level up your character and equip different gear throughout the game, as well as upgrade it to your liking, and it's nowhere near as detailed as Diablo in both graphics and leveling up, but you know, I kind of like that. A more simple Diablo isn't necessarily a bad thing in my eyes. You've got healing potions on the right side of the screen, and you have to use the D-pad to select them and then press the Y button to use them. This can kind of be a little nerve-wracking at times, especially if you have a used healing potion and you're getting overwhelmed with enemies and you're trying to move down to select another one that hasn't been used yet. There have been several times that I've died just because I couldn't get to the D-pad quick enough to switch over to a potion that hasn't been consumed already. But honestly, that's kind of a minor complaint. Other than that, it controls pretty well. The game gets pretty tough later on, and truth be told, I'm still stuck on this boss battle here. I've come really close, but I still wasn't able to beat him while I was capturing footage for you guys. I'm sorry. If you're looking for a good RPG on the Dreamcast that isn't turn-based, you should definitely try out Record of Lotus War.
In the 50 years since the War of the Demons, you always refused to become involved in history. Does this mean that you've had a change of heart? Surely you already know, but this is like turning a broken wheel.
I shall not respond to this.
Dynamite Cop is kind of a sequel to a Die Hard themed beat 'em up that was on the Sega Saturn, and I'm pretty sure it was on the PS1. This is one of many arcade ports that are on the Sega Dreamcast. The main character is very obviously Bruce Willis. The entire game takes place on this ship in the middle of the ocean that's been hijacked. 3D beat 'em ups are honestly kind of hit or miss, but I really do like this one. The controls are a bit slow, but I wouldn't call them unresponsive. You can punch, kick, jump, and even shoot your enemies with machine guns, and you can find a ton of power-ups, healing items, and weapons scattered throughout the floor. But you'll need to use a bit of strategy to pick them up sometimes. Enemies don't care that you're trying to pick them up, and they'll try to damage you when your back is turned. Once you start the level, you get an option of how you want to enter the level, and that's actually kind of cool. Every fight takes place in a small room, and once you clear the room, you get to move on to the next one. Sometimes there are quick time events, and if you don't press the right button in time, then you'll have to fight more enemies. I love how destructive the environment is and the fact that you can pretty much use anything in that room as a weapon. One annoying thing is that right after every enemy has been defeated, you only have a few seconds to get the items that you want on the floor before the level moves on. I wish it was delayed just a little bit longer so you could pick up some more stuff, because I've missed pretty much everything that I wanted to grab before it was time to go to the next area. This game does not take itself seriously at all, and I really dig that. It's not the best beat 'em up out there, but it's a Dreamcast exclusive, and it's actually really fun.
And there you have it. Those are some Dreamcast games I feel as though you should probably check out if you're interested in the system. Let me know what your favorite Dreamcast games are in the comment section below. I'm sure there's a lot of people that did not have their favorite game mentioned here, and that's totally fine. That's what the comment section is for. You know, I play a lot of retro video game music on my channel here, so if something like that interests you, I highly encourage you to check it out. You might find something that you really enjoy. And I've also got several other videos all about the Sega Dreamcast, including those about the GDEMU, the Terra Onion mode, and all sorts of other different stuff, peripherals and all that good stuff. So if you wanted to check that out, I really appreciate that as well. Thanks so much for watching this video. Thank you so much for subscribing, and I'll catch you guys at the next video. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Hey there everybody, Travis Bowman here. I'm a fingerstyle guitar player and retro video game nerd. I'm joined by my two friends, Matt and Graham, and today is going to be the very first day in their entire lives that they are going to try out the ultimate gaming system. And of course, I'm talking about the Sega Dreamcast. So we've got two of them on the table right here. They're the exact same console, they're just different aesthetically. This is the original launch model, and that's the Sports Edition that came afterwards.
Sports Edition?
Yeah.
Or is it faster?
No, no. So just aesthetics.
Okay.
Let's start with the console itself. What do you think about it?
I like it. I like the blackout. It looks pretty cool.
We like this one.
I like the sportiness.
So this is a disc-based console, and you guys came over here not that long ago, and we just did a video on the Sega Genesis, which was my first console all the way back in the early 90s. This is 2 generations away from that. This is Sega's very last video game console ever.
Oh no.
So this came out on September the 9th, 1999. Very last Sega console ever.
Did they not do very well?
No, unfortunately, Sega's still around as a third party. They do not do consoles anymore.
They just stopped doing consoles. They just
Yeah.
gave up.
And we'll talk about that later after you guys experience the console. We don't want to start out on a negative note when we're trying to enjoy this thing. But no, this is no joke and no pressure on you guys, of course, but this is my favorite video game system ever. So,
We know.
yeah. Let's take a look at the controller. So this one right there, and we'll talk about this one here in a second. But that is your Sega Dreamcast controller. We were lucky enough in the States to get a couple of different colors. Usually the controller is just going to be the stock white color, but I've got this nice green one right here.
You can see through it.
Yeah, it's a translucent green color.
And we got a screen. Nice little screen.
Yeah. So why don't you take your hand and pull that out of there, right there on the top. Yeah.
What?
This is a memory card, but it's Sega, so they didn't just call it a memory card. This is a VMU, which stands for Visual Memory Unit.
That's very neat.
Yeah, I'm sure you're asking yourselves what's with the buttons and stuff on a
Yeah.
memory card like that. So there were certain games on the Sega Dreamcast, not all of them, but some of them allowed you to pretty much activate a mini game that's specifically designed to be used on this teeny tiny little thing. And this runs on a CR 2032, I believe. We know that battery because we use guitar tuners and stuff. all the time.
Yeah,
Same
it's all the
battery.
time.
And as you can imagine, when you're playing a little game on that thing, it drains like a bathtub, dude. It's really, really bad.
That's so cool though.
That's
Yeah.
really cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. So I feel like I should mention the RetroFighters controller that was made specifically for use with the Sega Dreamcast. It's a wireless alternative. And if you're interested in this, I've got a link in the description below if you want to learn more about it. But for today's video, we're setting it aside because we want the authentic Sega Dreamcast experience. So we're using first-party controllers, and that's it.
We're wired.
We're wired in, baby. That's right. There is a difference between these 2 consoles on the table right here, and it's not just aesthetics.
Okay.
So there's an open button, right? So why don't you go ahead, we'll flip these around, and you can open these up. So this is just a stock Sega Dreamcast with the disk drive. There's nothing special about it. So let's open up that one right there.
It's a little different.
Yeah.
Wait, what's going on here?
One of these things is not like the other.
No.
This one has a stock GD-ROM drive is what it was called. It's the disk drive that reads the Dreamcast games. This one has been modified recently to include a device called a GDEMU, which is a device that allows you to play your games off of an SD card. I've got an entire library of Sega Dreamcast games on this little teeny tiny card right here. So why would you want to do that? It's really simple. These disk drives are old. This is almost a 30-year-old console, and they tend to fail over time, and you can't exactly go to the store and buy another one, you know? So this is kind of a way to future-proof yourself. If you're a big fan of a video game console and you want to prolong the life of it and continue to enjoy it years and years from now on, this is a great alternative for a disk drive that admittedly will fail at some point. There are so many great games of all different varieties on the Sega Dreamcast. First one on the list, Graham, I thought of you when I was picking games. Yeah, just for you, buddy. I thought of you when I was picking these games out because you enjoyed the character on Streets of Rage 2, Skate. You enjoyed him so much.
I love him.
I'd like to introduce you to Jet Grind Radio on the Sega Dreamcast.
I love this.
He was really
This
cool.
looks super cool. What's going on back here? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I love that. Okay.
So are you guys a big fan of vandalism? This is pretty much a combination of what you liked about that Streets of Rage 2. You can skate around on rollerblades. I know somebody corrected you in that video and said it's not roller skates, Graham. It's rollerblades.
I didn't know the difference.
Yeah, well, so in this game, you have the rollerblades.
Okay.
And they are powered with like this nitrous type stuff, so you go super fast. And your objective is to basically put graffiti all over stuff and avoid the police.
That's really fun. Yeah, that's really fun.
And the game that you're holding right now, it's most certainly in my top 5 video games of all time. This specific copy that you've got in your hands right there, that's one of the few, if not the only game that I've actually kept from my childhood. It's that big of a deal to me. So
This thing's been around a while.
So in other words, if you don't like it, my feelings are going to be hurt pretty bad.
Oh.
We'll like it.
You'll like it. Thank you. Okay.
I think I'm gonna like this.
Next up on the list is Crazy Taxi. This is such an iconic Sega Dreamcast game, and there's no way I couldn't include it in this list of games that we're going to play today.
I've seen this before in like arcade.
Yeah, yeah. So it is a Sega arcade game, but
Yeah.
that's another theme about the Sega Dreamcast is that there are so many great arcade games that were brought home to this console, which is really kind of a theme for Sega in general. But this is one of many really, really cool arcade games that you can play from the comfort of your own home on your Sega Dreamcast.
That's really fun. Yeah, nice. I love how like this guy is just. He's
Oh,
really
yeah.
determined.
Yeah, he's cool. He's got green
places
hair.
to be. Oh, it is green.
Yeah, he's got green hair. You know he's not messing around. He's got green
He
hair.
does.
Although this is a single-player game, I would love to have the controller be passed back and forth between
Okay.
you guys because, just a spoiler alert here, you pick up people and take them to the destination where they
As
want
a
to go.
taxi does.
But you do it crazy, you know?
As the name implies.
So it would be interesting to see each playthrough of this and see how much you can rack up in those fares.
That's gonna be fun. I like that.
Okay, Matt, this is for you because you had such a wonderful time with Sonic the Hedgehog 2 on the Sega Genesis. I had to bust out Sonic Adventure. So this is a 3D Sonic game.
Oh, that's cool.
As of recent, there haven't been that many great 3D entries in Sonic games, but this is one of the best ones by far.
One of the good ones.
Yeah, this was a launch title for the Sega Dreamcast, and it was so epic when this game came out.
Took a big old spiral.
Oh yeah, there's lots of those.
Lots of spirals.
It's a Sonic game.
Just like the
Of
last
course. I should have known.
Yeah. Which one do you think you're going to like the most? You're probably going to say Jet Rabbit.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, so what about you?
I think Valentine.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really cool.
It is cool.
It
It
looks
is
super
cool.
cool.
I think we're
does.
going to have a really good time with that one for sure.
Dreamcast. Look at that.
A little spiral.
I like their spiral
I love the
logo.
spiral.
It's as simple as can be. Some guy was just doodling and like, oh, I like this.
Oh, cool. That's gonna be logo.
Uh-oh.
This looks very cool.
I have no idea what's happening.
I don't know. I like it.
Oh my god. It's awesome music. What? Okay. Cool.
Sonic, wake up.
Let's wake up. Okay, what is going on?
He's fine.
How did he identify him from way down there?
He has good eyesight. Oh.
Did it again.
Dang it.
That's the third plane this week.
Oh.
Oh, can you move?
Can I? I can't. Sit. Wait, what is that?
Oh, you went to the blob.
Oh,
Yep.
did I mean to do that?
Rescue Tails.
Wait, what did it say?
Rescue Tails.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. That way, that way. There you go. Is that Tails?
Is that Tails?
Is it? Oh, it's a bomb. No, that's not Tails.
That's not Tails. Oh, that's not Tails.
Wait, you're in the water.
Oh. Oh,
Aww. What is going on here?
touch. touch it? Hell yeah.
Oh!
Cool.
Bounces you around. Oh, ah! Can you go back? Not like that. I think you're just gonna have to admit defeat.
No.
That's gonna get you. Go toward those coins.
No.
Get your coins! Get your coins! Go get the coins, don't get hit! There you go. I don't know how you get back though. Yeah! You gotta go fast. Don't run into the wall. Whoa, whoa! Oh, walk through it. There you go. Sonic does not swim, he just runs at the bottom of the water. Can he drown, or is he just...
Well, he did earlier.
Oh, but yeah, he fell. He fell like way in. Sonic has no buoyancy.
He has what?
No buoyancy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You're gonna die. You're gonna die.
I don't know how to get out of here.
There's a
Okay.
robot spider trying to kill you.
No.
Get your reins. Go.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait, what do you do?
Now get your reins.
Now I run.
Oh, oh. I know straight lines are hard.
Don't laugh at me. No, Sonic.
That's why I'm here.
Come on, Sonic. You got this.
Yeah, blame Sonic.
What? Oh,
Where are you? Oh, there you go.
I don't know.
There's all these coins, and you miss all of them.
No.
No!
Why do you keep throwing bombs? Get out of here.
Where is Tails? I don't remember him going this far.
Where did he go? He was just in there playing. Jump on. Oh, no. Dang it.
That's the wrong way.
That, yeah, what's the word?
That's the wrong way. Jump, then jump. There you go.
Oh, just keep jumping.
Just keep going. There you go. I like how you run into the spikes and it kills you, even though you don't hit anything sharp.
Yeah.
You just hit a wall, but it's like, nope, you're dead.
Walls and water kills me.
Walls and water kill Sonic. His biggest weaknesses.
No, I'm missing that.
Dolphins. Nope. Oh. Hey! I like his dance. He like goes back and forth. You didn't get as many points as you got the other time. You did way more work and got way less points.
That's how it is.
I could play that. I'm gonna learn that song when I get home.
Not arcade rules. 3 minutes.
Go for it. That'll work. 3 crazy minutes.
Hey, it's time to make some crazy money. Are you ready? Here we go.
Right trigger to go.
Wait, what? Oh.
There you go. Right.
That's.
Press B for drive.
There you go.
Right trigger to go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, stop, pick somebody up.
I do? Wait.
Yep.
Left trigger, stop.
In the circles, you gotta stop. Yeah. So go over there. You see what those like little emblems are?
Stop in that circle.
Yeah, get in a circle. Just knock that guy over. You went 5 miles an hour and he just rolled over.
I do not know how to drive.
Like in video games or for real?
Bolt. This is how I drive, by the way.
No, the other way. The other way. You just want to do mass construction, like destruction.
Construction?
Mass destruction.
Mass construction.
I just want to build things everywhere. You got this.
I know what's happening.
Nope.
Nope, nope.
Oh.
I take it back. I spoke too soon.
That trolley. Oh, that
Wrong way.
hit the U-Haul. There he is. Now stop in there.
Wait, what?
Turn around. Turn
I don't
around.
want to do that.
No. It's like Sonic all over again.
I don't know how to do that.
I think he
No.
fell.
I think so too. Oh, he jumped.
He jumped in the water. Work for 3 minutes. You work 3 minutes a day and you make $472?
Yeah, man.
What?
Don't scream. Is that what he said?
No, I said go straight.
Oh.
Don't scream would be appropriate right now. Oh, he's gonna jump out of the car. Oh.
What?
Like he just jumps out.
Oh. Sorry, man.
But he's so disgusted if you're driving, he'd rather jump out of a moving vehicle.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad. There we go. Good job. All I did was stop. All right, let's see. Oh! Who knew that there was oncoming traffic?
Oh.
Oh, shut up. She's so mean.
Why'd you pick her up if she's so mean? Could have made a better choice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's Speedy. Move! Let's see. We're gonna fly.
So the colors of the fares are based on the distance. So if it's green, it's really far away. If it's red, it's like right around the corner.
Oh, I would have expected the other way. I would have expected like red to be like hard. Oh yeah, I'm good. Look at me go.
You're actually really good at this.
I'm great at this game. What's your problem? Who's yelling at me?
The guy you picked up.
What? I picked him up and he's mad at me?
Yeah, like that one lady.
I'm a great guy. I'm a great driver?
You're a great taxi driver.
I know. I'm sorry. Just gotta go to Tower what? Ah! Oh no. Ran into like a Jeep Cherokee or something. Up the stairs. I like how we can just drive in the pedestrian areas, you know?
Oh, it's great.
And no cops have pulled me over. No, I didn't expect you to get so fast. Is this a, who is this? I can tell.
You can tell.
I can tell he wants to go to church.
You're really good.
Yes, Father.
You say yes, Father.
That's what he is.
That was some serious driving.
Doing my job.
Oh yeah. Dreamcast. The swirl. Looks like those @ symbols on your email. Graffiti is art, however, graffiti is an act of vandalism. That's a crime. Were you aware?
I am not.
Sega does not condone vandalism.
You sure about that? And make it look cool.
Hold it, you can't go tripping through the streets. You can speed up if you hold down the R trigger and jump by pressing the A button. Oh, I gotta do what she just did. Okay. Okay. Okay, so you're speeding up. Oh.
Right, the pole.
Who put that pole there? Alright. Ow. Ow.
Put that tree
This
there.
is harder to do than I realized. Oh yeah. What? I'm not in the car anymore.
Oh, now you get a dance.
Okay, that's cool. Here, you wanna try?
Sure.
So here's your moving. This speeds you up. This makes you jump.
Okay.
I think she said press the L trigger. So when you so when you jump, press this.
Oh,
So jump. There you go.
yeah.
Look at you go. Knocking every sign down.
Slowly.
That's just how you meant to do it.
Yeah.
There. Oh
See,
yeah.
he's happy about it.
Look at him go.
I love his glasses.
I don't know what this is, but I like that. It's time to get serious. While she's dancing. If you see something floating over your head, pull the L trigger to start spraying.
Okay.
Oh. Oh, uh-oh. This is hard. There we go. Look at that. Cartwheel on rollerblades. Oh, what was this? Didn't keep up with me? Let's check your qualifications.
Okay.
If you see an arrow, use the joystick to follow it and paint some fat lines. PH. Oh.
Wow.
Oh!
Wow, immediately.
This one speeds you up, by the way.
Oh.
I think you can keep up with me.
Think you with me?
Think you can keep up with this.
No.
Jump. Ah. Okay, so speed up this one. Jump. There. Jump.
How do I?
And then do your left trigger. And then move your left joystick around. Yeah, I think the direction that it's going. There you go.
Oh, okay.
And then whoop. Try it again. It's the left trigger. Down.
Oh, cool.
And then like down and to the side. It's like half a circle, right?
I think.
So there you go. So like down,
I thought that's what I was
down,
doing.
like all the way there.
Didn't like what I was doing.
Did it wrong.
Apparently. Oh, he did it.
You think you're all that?
Yeah.
Try this. Let's see what he does. This is pretty boring. Look at him go. This is a really slow car. How was he rolling? His wheels were dragging. Did you see that? You can do that.
Yeah.
Oh, oh.
Wait, I want that.
Do another card. Do that black one.
No. Come back.
Do that one. Ah. You're just going up the hill yourself.
I am.
Dude, you just got hit by a car. There it is. Oh,
No.
there it isn't. Oh, tree.
Tree.
Oh, it's timing you.
Oh no. Oops.
Oh, oh, you're stuck.
On a car. Cool.
Why would I hold on to it when I can just jump on it?
Think about that earlier.
Oh.
Wait, I want to go back. I don't want to. No.
Oh, okay. There you go. You're not gonna make it in time. Let's see. I assume it's the trigger, right? The left trigger. Oh, okay.
Like to grab onto the car?
Yeah.
It's I pushed B. I don't know if that was right. Because I never
Oh
grabbed
wait,
onto one.
this is harder than I realized. Oh.
It is.
Ah. What? This shouldn't be this hard. Come here. Wait, what am I doing? Oh. Come here. What? Dang it.
You can get the next one.
This is so hard.
I'm also rolling right now. Get him.
Ah. Why is it so hard?
It is, I don't know.
What in the world? Well, how do I grab on?
Walk up to it.
You just walk up to it?
You don't really need to grab the car. The main objective is to get the
Just up and down? Okay. I got you.
Come on, get me.
Oh, hey, just stay there.
Wait, I could just grab him.
You can just stay right there. Cheat it.
Yeah, this is a much better way.
Yeah, this is so much easier.
Is that what it's for?
You get hit by one car, and then there it is. Sacrifice a couple limbs, get a broken bone, and you're good to go.
How do I get that one? No, go back. Okay, cool.
This game's harder than I thought it would be. I was like, this will be easy.
You saw me struggle with it and you still thought
It's like, that loser, I can do better than that. I couldn't do better than that.
You could.
Whoa, what? I just did a backflip. I did a backflip into a graffiti.
There you go.
Yeah! Oh, yeah! Uh-huh! Oh, yeah, yeah!
Better watch that. Coming at ya. Better watch that. Coming at ya.
Oh, yeah!
Better watch that. Coming at ya. The funky rhythm coming at
He wants me to do all that?
He wants you to do all of that. Think you can do it?
Yeah, man. Oh. How do I don't know what I'm doing now. Well,
There you go.
Jump.
ah,
Not into the sign.
oh.
Yep.
I don't think
There's your speed. Nice and speedy.
Oh,
Nope, pole.
no.
It's hard to like to go where you want to go in this game.
It is.
All right, run.
No. No. No, not you.
Yeah.
Not you.
Yeah.
You want to try to do that?
Okay. All right. Let's see if I run to this pole. I got this.
Okay.
Nope. I don't. No. Why did I go over there? What?
Oh.
Why does it go over there? Oh. Okay, one more time. I'm switching over there.
You got it.
I'm so close.
You done.
That's how I feel right now.
Retry.
Retry. You gotta go fast.
No.
Alright, then jump. This is like the tutorial, isn't it? We're still in the tutorial. What? What?
We haven't got past that point.
I don't even think we're gonna finish the tutorial. We're gonna run out of time. Travis, this game's hard.
It's really hard.
Why is it so hard?
Do I have to show you youngsters how it's
I think you do, because I'm having trouble. Here, I'm doing my last time, because I can't get it. Oh, here we go.
Jump. You gotta hold it.
I gotta hold the jump button?
Hold it.
Okay.
There you jump.
Oh, that can. Okay, I didn't realize that. Oh, what? I didn't realize that's how that works. Well, no wonder.
Here we go. Let's go.
I didn't realize the longer you hold it, the more you jump.
You guys played the Dreamcast for I think over 2 hours this time.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, we played a lot of games. So, what do you guys think about it?
I liked it a lot. It was
Me
a lot
too,
of fun. Yeah.
Okay, so the last time you guys were here, you played the Sega Genesis, and I know it's a completely different experience, but I want to know what you think about comparing the two. What are the differences between the two?
Honestly, I don't know what I would say is
They're
different.
very hard to compare.
Yeah, they're
Because
kind of hard to
they're a lot
compare. Quite a gap, right? It's like, what, how long ago was Sega compared to the Dreamcast?
The Genesis was out in the late 80s and this was late 90s, so almost a 10-year difference.
I noticed, like, they obviously upgraded a lot and were trying to get more 3D, which was a lot of fun, but, I mean, for the two-dimensional stuff, the Sega did so good.
The right answer is that you need both.
Yeah,
You
it's
need
like
both.
2D versus 3D almost, is what it feels like.
I'm curious to know what you guys thought about the controller and how it was either appropriate or inappropriate for the games that you were playing.
No, I think it was good. I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it too.
I didn't have any complaints with it.
We've got Crazy Taxi,
That was
Jet,
a lot of fun.
Jet Grind Radio, and Sonic Adventure. So, which one was the best and which one was the worst, in your honest opinion?
All right, well, first, the Jet Grind Radio. It was a lot of fun, but it took me a while to get into. Like, I didn't understand. Like, I don't know why, but it was really hard. Yeah. I kept running into trees.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah.
It's different. But once you get the hang of it, there's like a flow to it. You know?
Yeah, it was pretty cool once I got into it. I actually liked
was
it.
awesome.
Music was awesome.
Yeah, the music and you guys just got at the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, like we
with-
just
with that
started.
game. It's a pretty long game. I've beaten that one quite a bit. It was one of my favorites as a kid. I love the art style of that cell shaded style graphics.
Yeah.
You don't really see that too much these days anymore, and I think it really goes a long way in really making it unique and kind of a timeless game, to be honest.
I think it looked like it.
If Jet Grind Radio is the obvious winner, which one is the loser?
I would have to go with Crazy Taxi.
You didn't like Crazy Taxi
I
as
like
much.
Crazy
It was
Taxi a lot.
fun, but Sonic was it's a lot better.
Okay,
Sonic was a lot better than it.
I got you. Okay. So we kind of have a tie.
Yeah, I was all
For-
for Crazy Taxi.
Yeah, Crazy Taxi, it's fun.
Yeah.
You know, every single one of these games are so different from each other.
They really are.
Yeah.
You know? So it does take a little bit of getting used to, and I kind of just threw you guys in there and just said go. So it's understandable that you were you needed an adjusting period to each
Yeah.
different style of game. But you know, at the end of the day, they're all great games. It just goes to show you that this console really has something for everyone. And you're not going to like every single game on the console, but there is a game on there that you're guaranteed to like because it's just such a wonderful console. At the beginning of this video, we talked about how obviously Sega is no longer around anymore. And it really sucks. It really, really sucks, man, because I grew up with this console and then Sega just disappeared out of the hardware business. And there's a lot of speculation as to why, but if we go back to that time period, number one, it has to do with their troubles in the past and the bad decisions that they made with their other consoles. And number two, when this came out, it was competing with the PlayStation 2.
Oh.
And at that
Okay,
time,
yeah.
at that time, the PlayStation 2, it had the cheapest DVD player built into the system. You know?
Yeah.
So it was really hard to compete with that, but I really like Sega for the innovation. They like that VMU little memory card.
Yeah.
They had plans for all sorts of stuff. Apparently, that was going to become an MP3 player. Can you imagine
That's actually really
taking
cool.
an MP3 player and sticking it in your controller, getting on the internet and buying a couple of songs, and then pulling that sucker out
I need somebody to make that.
and taking it with you?
That's
Yeah.
so awesome.
Yeah, and a lot of people say negative things about the controller because at that time 3D gaming was the new thing, and everybody had two analog sticks, one for
I did
camera,
notice that, yeah.
one for camera control, and,
Like
and
on Jet Grind, I couldn't turn my head around.
it was the left trigger. You're supposed to be keep pressing that
Yeah.
left trigger to keep looking
I
around,
noticed that. I was like, what in the world?
and it's just kind of backwards to get used to.
I
you
can
know?
definitely see that's kind of they're lacking there.
Yeah, they just ran out of money. You know, it just did not sell well enough. And it's just a damn shame because it was such a great console, and I think it was meant for people that really enjoy video games. And this is such a turning point where you have the PlayStation 2 with the DVD player. It was the first time that you have a game console that you can actually enjoy other media on. So in a way, this is like one of the last gaming consoles that's just centered around playing games, you know? Well, it's getting late. It is getting late.
It is late.
We've been here for a long time,
Yeah.
but I really appreciate you guys coming back out here to do this again. It was a lot of fun. And again, the question: did you have a lot of fun with this system?
Absolutely.
We get to have fun coming out here and just mess around. So.
Yeah, sure. There's more consoles. Everybody requested you guys back in mass, so there's a lot more to do. Maybe we could cover the Nintendo 64 or the Sony PlayStation.
There's 5
I know
of
that
those.
one.
There's
I know
5
that
of
one.
those now, so we could go back and revisit the first one, and there's a bunch of other weird ones that we could do as well. Yeah. Make sure you check out the Sega Genesis video that we did together if you haven't checked that one out already. Thank you so much for watching this video. Thanks for subscribing, and I'll catch you guys at the next one. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye! Hey everybody, Travis Bowman here. I'm a fingerstyle guitar player and retro video game nerd. Welcome to a new YouTube series called Crazy Cool Controllers, where we take some of history's craziest and coolest controllers and do a video about it. We're going to do a brief overview as well as talk about some history, and at the end of the day, we're going to rate this controller based on how crazy and how cool it is and how it functions as a controller. Now, as a big Dreamcast fan, it's a no-brainer that we have to do the Dreamcast Green Goblin as our first video on Crazy Cool Controllers. This controller has a legacy of its own. It is such a wonderfully celebrated arcade stick, not just for the Sega Dreamcast, but in general. So I think Sega really kind of surprised everyone with the launch of the Dreamcast when they revealed the controller being a 4-button instead of the natural 6-button that we grew to know and love from Sega. I mean, the Sega Saturn controller was pretty much perfect in every regard, but, you know, 3D happened, and so they felt that they needed to change it up a bit. This is really the first time that we've seen a diamond configuration from Sega, and it left a lot of us hardcore Sega fans wanting something else, myself included. So Sega launched the Dreamcast with this Green Goblin arcade stick right here, which is kind of crazy. I did not realize that myself, that this launched with the system. I always thought that this came much later, but no, apparently day one you could go into a store, buy a Sega Dreamcast and an arcade stick and take that sucker home, which was just mind-blowing to learn, to be honest. Now there's a few different models for your arcade stick on your Sega Dreamcast. Mostly you'll just see the ones that have the logo with the word Dreamcast right here, and sometimes that'll just be replaced with a larger version of the logo, but either one is a fantastic option if you're trying to play some 2D fighting games on your Sega Dreamcast. But that's not all this is good for, and we'll jump into that a little bit later in this video. However, one of the coolest things about this controller is not just the fact that we've got the 6 face buttons and we've got a ton of room, ton of real estate for guys with big hands like myself, but in classic Sega Dreamcast fashion, you have a slot on this controller just like you do on the stock controller for your VMU, your memory card. They didn't want to leave you without an option. If you wanted to have a memory card in this sucker, now you've got one right there. It fits in just nice, and while you're playing, you can see whatever that VMU is going to be displaying as you're playing your game. Honestly, how cool is this that we even got such a thing? You know, it's so easy to take for granted how good we had it back in the day, man. Yeah, there are arcade sticks now for your PlayStation and your Xbox and stuff like that, but it's just different, man. I mean, the branding that went with this is for the Sega Dreamcast, and you know that it is. You know what I mean? You can take an arcade stick and use it on your PlayStation 5, but you can also use it on your PC and maybe even your Xbox, depending on whether or not it's compatible. But this is just hardcore Sega hardware, and that's what I love about it so much, is that they gave us the Sega Dreamcast, they gave us a ton of great games, both 2D and 3D, and they gave us several different crazy ways to play those games. Not just the stock controller, but there are so many crazy controllers for the Sega Dreamcast, and this is definitely one of them. So you might have noticed that there's something off about my particular arcade stick. It's pretty much stock except for the bat top right here. Now this normally comes with a green ball top that matches the rest of the controller as far as the buttons go. The reason that I don't have it on there is because my hands are freakishly big and I'm a bat top guy, you know? Pretty much every arcade stick comes stock with the ball top, you know, give or take depending on which stick we're talking about. But I've always preferred the bat top because it's better for my hands. It just feels better in my hands. And you can see that I got a third-party replacement for this bat top right here. It doesn't quite match the green as much as I would like it to. I don't know, maybe I can find a replacement that actually matches that specific style of green. I would actually really like to do that. But for now, other than it being slightly aesthetically not perfect, the functionality is there, and it's great for me, and I really do enjoy it. So the controls are actually really simple. On the Dreamcast, you've got A, B, X, and Y, and then you have your 2 triggers. Now, the same thing is pretty much emulated here on this arcade stick. You've got A, B, X, and Y, that diamond configuration, just like you normally would. But then you've got the Z and the C buttons. those are going to be your triggers that have been mapped to buttons. So there's not a lot of craziness going on there as far as the controls are concerned. They're pretty much the same sort of situation. It's not like you have to get a game that's specifically designed for this arcade stick. However, there is a compatibility list that I will share in the description below if you want to check out which games are going to be best for this arcade stick. And spoiler alert, there's quite a few of them, man. There's a lot of great games that you can use on the Dreamcast with this arcade stick. So other than the 6 face buttons, the stick, and the VMU slot, the only thing left to talk about is the teeny tiny little start button up here. There's not much to say about it. It's really kind of up here doing its own thing. It's really nice and flush with the rest of the controller here. You just have to press the start button occasionally, and it's really nice and small, out of the way. There's no way you're going to hit it accidentally. This is a freaking awesome design. It's a really thick boy too. It's pretty thick, and it's really nice and robust. Got a metal underside there, really, really nice. When you stick this on the table right here, it's got these rubber feet, these rubberized feet down here, so it's not going anywhere. You can sit here and play for a very, very long time. You don't have to feel like this is a cheap piece of crap. That's definitely not what this is. You know, this is one of the best arcade sticks I think I've ever used for a home console, and it's legendary at this point. There's all sorts of people that are really crazy about these arcade sticks. They've done modifications and they've cleaned it up a little bit, which brings me to the negatives. Admittedly, there's got to be something wrong with this guy after almost 30 years, you know? And it's the buttons. They're not the best quality, and they occasionally will stick every now and again, which really kind of sucks. That can really, you know, destroy an experience if you're really trying to have fun with this thing. If the buttons aren't registering when you're trying to press them, that can be absolutely infuriating, and I wouldn't blame you if you got upset about that. But there are ways that we can fix this. You can do something as simple as taking some contact cleaner and spraying into the groove just a little bit to knock some crap loose in there, you know what I mean? Or if that's not enough for you, if you really want to take it apart, you actually can. Taking this thing apart is extremely easy. It's really accessible, and there's a ton of room in there. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screws on the back, and you have access to everything inside there. Now, some people have taken it upon themselves to really mod the crap out of this thing with new Sanwa buttons and a new Sanwa JLF, you know, joystick, which you can do if you want. And there are guides out there to help you map everything out to make sure that you don't completely screw it up. I don't know if I would want to do that, to be honest, because my arcade stick is still in really good condition. It's still working just fine. Occasionally, I'll have some stickage with the buttons, but it's nothing to write home about. I don't think this is going to prevent me from winning in a fighting game. I didn't have this arcade stick back in the day. Like I said, I did not realize that it was available at launch, which is crazy because I was a Dreamcast kid back then, man. I loved my Sega Dreamcast, and I still do. Which leads me to my next point. Let's talk about the games, man. The games make this arcade stick what it is, and there is a plethora of 2D and 3D games that utilize this stick very well. However, it's important to note that this stick is always mapped to the directional pad. There's no button configuration on here or switch to make it think that you're using an actual joystick like on the controller. This is always going to be a D-pad situation, and you know, for most fighting games and shooters, that's not an issue at all, so it shouldn't be an issue for you. But I just want to let you guys know that going forward, that that's how this arcade stick is. You can't magically just turn this into a joystick. It's actually mapped to the D-pad, so keep that in mind. So unfortunately, no Phantasy Star Online with this guy because you need both. You need the stick to move your character around, and you need the D-pad to go through your menus, which is very, very important for a game like that. So without further ado, let's jump into some games that I think are a must-play if you own the Sega Dreamcast Green Goblin. Let's do it.
There's absolutely no way that we could do an arcade stick video without including Soul Calibur. This is one of the best fighting games ever made, in my opinion, and on the Dreamcast, it is amazing. It's still such a responsive game, really nice and fluid, ton of different characters to choose from. This is one of the best fighting games on the system, and it's one of the prettiest games on the system as well. If you're unaware, Soul Calibur is one of those fighting games that includes a dedicated block button. In this case, it's going to be the A button. X is your horizontal attack, and Y is your vertical attack, and then your B button is kick, and that's pretty much it. This is one of those games that I pull down from the shelf and play all the time, whether or not I use the arcade stick or not, but to be honest, this is definitely one of those games that you buy the arcade stick for, and it's probably better to use the arcade stick than the standard Dreamcast controller anyway. If you're even mildly interested in getting a Dreamcast arcade stick, then this game pretty much has to come with it.
versus Nightmare. Battle 1, fight! Out of the ring!
I remember convincing my mom to let me open up my Sega Dreamcast a little bit before Christmas just to quote-unquote make sure that everything works. And with that Dreamcast came a demo disc. There were several games on that disc, but the one that I remember the most is Dead or Alive 2. I never could have imagined a game looking this good at that particular time, and even today, it still looks great. Yeah, the story's just a little bit ridiculous, but do you really play a fighting game for a story? Most people would say no. Dead or Alive 2 pretty much goes hand in hand with this arcade stick. It's pretty much the same thing as Soul Calibur, only now that block button can be used to do counters. So if you press back and block at the same time at the correct time, you can counter one of your opponent's moves and do a counter attack of your own. It's a really interesting mechanic, very difficult to do, but still, it's one of the things that makes this game one of the greatest fighting games on the system. What you're seeing right now is just the standard Dead or Alive 2 game. However, a lot of modifications have been added to this game by various modders over the years to make it even prettier than it looks now, if you can believe that. My buddies still come over from time to time and we'll play a bunch of fighting games, and this is definitely one of them. There's a tag team versus mode in this game that's hours and hours of fun. A long time ago, my buddy Chance and I ended up playing this game for hours and hours and hours all night long, and we learned all of the moves, we learned all of the team-up moves. It was a really good experience, and I cannot recommend this game enough. Dead or Alive 2 is a must-play, especially if you've got the Dreamcast Green Goblin arcade stick.
Get ready, fight!
Street Fighter Alpha 3 is my favorite Street Fighter game and likely one of the best ones ever made, and I seriously doubt that anything will ever top this one. It's just got so much bang for your buck and so much Street Fighter in one Street Fighter game. There's a ton of different characters with all sorts of different varieties and movesets. There's hours and hours and hours upon gameplay here, and it's one of those games that you just think about once you put it down. I always hated trying to play this game on a Super Nintendo with shoulder buttons. This is a Street Fighter game, and it needs a proper 6-button controller to really take advantage of it, and I really feel that this arcade stick is one of the best ways to play this game.
Nobody blame! Triumph or die!
Shoryuken! Atmosphere! Hadouken! Hadouken! Hadouken!
Dynamite Cop is one of those weird games that makes the Dreamcast what it is. We have to admit that despite the fact there's a lot of great games on the Sega Dreamcast, there's a lot of weird stuff too, and I really feel that Dynamite Cop really fits that weird category. I've covered this game in a video before, but I couldn't leave it out of this one. This is an arcade game, and it makes sense to use an arcade stick with an arcade game, and this one plays extremely well with the Dreamcast Green Goblin. My buddy Brian came over while I was capturing footage for this video, so I put him in front of the arcade stick and had him try out Dynamite Cop. He's never played this game before, and he's never used the arcade stick before, but you can tell by this footage that he's having a blast.
Yeah, if a cruise is like this, I'd go on one.
This is actually a really short game, and you can beat it in about 30 minutes, which isn't really that bad. It's a great game to pull down from the shelf when you want to do some arcade stick stuff with your Sega Dreamcast, and I highly recommend this one because it's not a fighting game, it's a beat 'em up.
Hurry up with that ball! And where is that girl?
Ain't no way no dude's 80 years old and has that much muscle. Unrealistic. Like my third and a half time ever playing Dreamcast.
Oh my god.
Even though I own one.
Let's take a break from some fighting games and talk about this shooter right here. Cannon Spike. This is one of the weirdest Sega Dreamcast games, and very likely one of the most desirable Dreamcast games out there. It fetches a lot of money these days. Is it worth the $300 to $400 on eBay these days? Probably not. If you can manage to get your hands on it, or play it on the Dreamcast GDEMU, then I would say it's absolutely worth your time. This is a shooter that involves a lot of different Capcom characters, including Cammy. You've got Arthur from the Ghouls and Ghosts series, as well as a few others that I won't completely spoil for you here. I don't know if it's just me, or if I just suck at this game, but it's extremely difficult. I put it on the child setting because I just wanted to get far enough to get some interesting footage of this whole game for you guys. When I first started playing this game, I didn't realize that it wasn't properly configured for the Dreamcast arcade stick, so I went into the options after I noticed that I was missing a bunch of different moves that I knew I was supposed to have. So when you go into the options with that Dreamcast arcade stick, you're going to have to configure it the way that you like it because you're missing a lot of moves that you probably will need to beat the game. This is just a very, very small drop in the bucket of Dreamcast arcade stick compatible games, and I know I missed somebody's favorite game out there, so be sure to let me know in the comment section below which is the best game to use with the Dreamcast Green Goblin arcade stick.
Alright, so we've checked out the controller, we've checked out some of the games that I recommend that you try with this controller, so let's do some rating. What do we think about this? Or what do I think about it? Well, we've got 3 topics here. How crazy is this controller? How cool is this controller? And how does it function as a controller? Well, as far as the crazy factor, honestly, it's really not that crazy. If anything, we should be constantly getting stuff like this for all of our video game systems, all of our home systems, but not every system had a cool arcade stick. Some systems did have arcade sticks that sucked. I mean, that's just the fact of life, but really, Sega hit it out of the park with this one. This is exactly what we needed at the time. At that specific time in history with the games that were presented to us, this was the perfect tool to use for those games. So I don't think it's that crazy at all. I'll give it a 2 as far as it being crazy, 2 out of 10. Now, as far as it being cool, I might be a little biased here, but I've got to say that this is 10 out of 10 cool. This is such a cool arcade stick, man, and it's so cool that we got this for our Sega Dreamcast because I think the Dreamcast was one of the last consoles that really tried to push that arcadey feel at home. You know, that's what the Sega Genesis was all about back in the day too. Taking arcade ports and letting you have them at home without being super expensive like, say, the Neo Geo was. And I think this was Sega's last effort to give us that experience at home, and this is such a prime example of that. Now I'm going to do more episodes on this with other Sega controllers as well so we can take an even deeper dive. But as far as this being cool, it doesn't get any cooler than that, my friends. There are so many great 2D games and 3D games that benefit from such a controller like this. And like I said, I'm a bit biased, but this is 10 out of 10 cool. Absolutely. Now let's talk about the Green Goblin as far as the functionality of it being a controller goes. Is it a good controller? Does it still hold up today? Well, like I said, sometimes the buttons tend to stick, but these are built like tanks, man. We've got this metal plate on top, metal plate on bottom, plastic that's really, really nice and robust, that's still on the inside. When you look at it, it's not that brittle, man. Some of these can wear down over time due to sun damage and, you know, all sorts of other elements and stuff like that, but for the most part, these are built to last, and I am still using this controller all these years later with minimal modification on my part. You know, like I said, I've had some sticking every now and again, but that's easily fixed, and I added a new bat top to this just for my own comfort reasons. Other than that, this is still the same bad boy it was all those years ago, and that's why I don't want to change it. That's why I don't want to modify it, because it's still such a great controller. So for the value of this controller, I've got to give it an 8 out of 10. It is a really stellar arcade stick, and I think it's one of the best ones ever made for a home video game console. Well, thank you guys so very, very much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed this new topic of crazy cool controllers. What do you guys think about it? Which controller should I cover next? Have you ever used the Dreamcast Green Goblin? If not, what's keeping you from it? If you have, what are your favorite games to play with the Dreamcast Green Goblin? Let me know the answers to all those questions in the comments below. I really appreciate you guys subscribing to my channel. I've got a lot more videos like this coming out soon, and I got a playlist in the description below if you want to check out some more videos right now. Thanks very much for watching, and I'll catch you guys at the next video. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Do you want to play? Give me that. Give me that ball. Give me that. Give me that ball. Travis Bowman here. I'm a fingerstyle guitar player and retro video game nerd. Welcome back to another episode of Crazy Cool Controllers, a YouTube series where we take some of history's craziest, coolest controllers and do a video about it. I did a video on the Dreamcast Green Goblin, which is a really cool arcade stick that's unique to the Sega Dreamcast console, and we're going to continue that theme with some Dreamcast stuff. This time we're talking about the official Sega Dreamcast fishing rod controller. Yeah, fishing games were so popular back then that you have your own controller, your own fishing rod, complete with the reel and motion controls. So this is actually a very primitive version of motion controls on the Sega Dreamcast all the way back in 1999, which is absolutely insane to think about. Everybody likes to credit the Nintendo Wii as being the first big console to do actual motion controls, but there are examples of it far preceding that Nintendo Wii console, and this is one of those on the Sega Dreamcast. So I know what you're thinking. It's probably not that exciting. It's just for fishing games and stuff, right? Kinda, sorta, yes. There are a couple of different games that can actually utilize this gyroscope sort of motion controls that are inside of this controller, and we'll talk about those here in a little bit. Let's do a brief overview of this controller, and then we're going to talk about some games and all that good stuff too. So this controller is one of 3 documented fishing rod controllers that were released in the Sega Dreamcast lifetime. I think one of them was Mad Catz, and I don't remember the other one, to be honest. One of them is actually kind of rare and hard to find, but this is by far the most common. It really wasn't that expensive. I believe this was like a $20 or $30 controller back then in 1999. Obviously, this is meant to be used with fishing games, right? And there were a plethora of fishing games on the Sega Dreamcast, some of which were only exclusive to Japan, and then others we got over here in the States. But the controller is actually really straightforward and easy to understand. You've got the start button up top, you've got your analog stick for navigating the menus and moving your character around, and you've got the same face buttons that you would on any old regular Sega Dreamcast controller, A, B, X, and Y. We've got this lever right here that's designed to, of course, reel in the fish once you catch it. But the idea with this, and what makes it so crazy and unique, in my opinion, you don't just press a button to throw out your line. You can if you want, but what's really cool about this is that you can flick that controller, and that's how you throw up and cast out your line into the water, which is really, really cool. And once you do it, it's like, wow, this is actually a really cool thing, especially back then, man. I know it might not seem as cool today, but back then, having something like this is like amazing. You know, it's so cool to see your character do that same motion that you just did to cast that line out to start catching some fish, man. It's a really, really cool controller. And, you know, quite frankly, I miss stuff like this. We don't have cool niche peripherals like this anymore. It's just arcade sticks and controllers, and that's it. We don't have any of the weird stuff like we used to back in the day. One other thing that I would like to mention about this controller is that it's got this little lip right here on the bottom, so you can comfortably stick your finger right there. It's a really kind of robust design. It is not a piece of crap like some other controllers might be. But I haven't tested out the Mad Catz controller, but I hear that it's kind of paling in comparison compared to this one, the official one that was actually made by ASCII and Sega together, which is really, really cool. I've never had any issues with this controller whatsoever. I mean, I only use it for fishing games, except for a couple of weird stuff that we can look at here in a little bit. But you know, this is really, really well designed. It's a pretty large controller, so I feel like anybody could really get the hang of this pretty quickly. It's got a decently long cable as well, and I just really think this is one of the coolest things about Sega as a hardware manufacturer, because they used to do some really off-the-wall stuff like that, man, and I feel like that's really kind of a lost art form, is taking chances and doing weird things with hardware, and I just love Sega so much for that. Now, one thing that seems to be missing from this controller is, of course, a slot for your Dreamcast VMU, your visual memory unit, to save your game. So unfortunately, you can't save your game through this controller, but you know, that's kind of a thing to be expected, you know, because where the hell are you going to put it? There's not a lot of room to put that in there, and you're kind of sacrificing that save function with this controller with being able to have that rumble feature as well as those gyroscope motion sensors that are going on in there. So you definitely don't want to be flicking this thing with a bunch of extra weight too, because it could fly out of your hands and hit the TV, and that's a bad, bad situation. So I don't have every single fishing game for the Sega Dreamcast because, like I said, there's actually quite a few, more than you might imagine. But the 2 main ones that I have here are, of course, Sega Marine Fishing and the Big Daddy, Sega Bass Fishing. Apparently, Sega Bass Fishing 2 is kind of a desirable game for the Dreamcast for some reason. I'm not sure why. But go-to game for this is definitely Sega Bass Fishing. There's an arcade mode, which makes sense because this is kind of an arcade game. You've got an arcade mode and an original mode, and you even got like a career mode in there too. So there's a lot of stuff in this game. It's not just, I'm gonna go fishing now. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff that you can do with that as well. This is a surprisingly fun party game. What I mean is that if you've got friends over at your house, you can hook up the Dreamcast, plug in the fishing rod controller and pass it around and see who can get the biggest fish. It's actually a lot of fun, man. I actually did that with a couple of my buddies recently. Check out this footage, that's exactly what we're doing right here. And it was a really, really fun time, and I can't wait to do this again with some more of my friends because, I mean, what a great party game. You know, I'm not super deep into like Mario Kart and stuff like that. I would rather do the weird stuff like this. So now let's talk about some of the weird games that technically work with this controller right here. And the first one has to be Soul Calibur. A fighting game, a 3D fighting game on the Sega Dreamcast. Why the hell would you want to use a fishing rod controller with a fighting game on the Sega Dreamcast? And the only answer is quite simple. Just as a novelty, just because you can. You know, nobody would actually try to play through this game with the fishing rod controller, but it totally works. You can use all the face buttons just like you could normally. I don't know how you would do that. I mean, you would have to move the stick with your left hand, right? And then maybe try to, you know, spider hand or claw hand to get the other buttons and stuff like that. But that's not why you would want to use this. The gimmick is that the motion controls activate somewhat of a random button set in this controller, so that way if you just keep flicking the controller in different directions, your character will end up doing something. But by no way is it actually a functional thing that you could probably beat the game with, unless you put it on the easiest difficulty, of course. But it's just a novelty, man. It's just a weird thing. Obviously, this was not designed to be used with a game like this. This is just for fishing games and stuff like that. But still, it's a pretty cool function, and it's fun to try out, especially if you got friends over. You might hook up a controller on Soul Calibur and then hook this up in Player 2 and see if the fishing guy can beat the actual original controller guy, just for fun. Now, the other game that is confirmed to be a working thing with this controller is a really strange one. It's Virtua Tennis on the Sega Dreamcast. One of my favorite games of all time that I've covered countless times on my YouTube channel because I love it so much. It's such a great arcade game. But this functionality of swooshing this fishing rod controller back and forth actually kind of makes sense with the tennis game. And there's only two buttons that you have to worry about in a game like that, and that's just your standard, you know, hit the ball shot, and then you have what's called a lob shot, where you hit it way up in the sky so it tries to go over your opponent's head. So unfortunately, it's kind of difficult to determine which one is going to be used, but it's still really fun to mess around with because it feels really strange. Like I said, this is like a primitive version of motion controls. Like, you can actually, you know, hit this ball back and forth and the person on the screen is hitting it. It's a really strange sensation. By no means a proper way to play Virtua Tennis if you actually want to get good at the game and do well in it, but still, it's super cool. It's super cool that it even works, you know? And, you know, you think of the Wii, which was 2006, this was 1999 that we were able to do stuff like this, which really, honestly, for being real with each other, kind of makes me sad because I miss Sega so much. And I miss the weird part of Sega. You know, Nintendo seems to always kind of play it safe with their IPs and everything that they do as far as the games and stuff like that. But I feel like Sega was always that crazy uncle that just went out and did whatever the hell he felt like. And he was a fun guy. He had a lot of fun. And you admire him for that. He's a guy that takes chances. And I feel like because Sega's gone, we have the PlayStation and the Xbox and Nintendo over here in the corner doing their own thing. I feel like that's very sorely missed in the video game community these days. And that's why I like to make these videos, to go back and relive some of these cool things that we used to have when this console was still relevant. So you can see it kind of sort of works, you know, it's really not that bad. It's kind of a fun experience, you know. It's a good way to get up and moving if you want to play your Sega Dreamcast, I guess. But all in seriousness, it's just a really cool novelty, and it's such a wonderful thing to be able to say, yeah, I've got a fishing game, like a legitimate fishing game that's not, you know, a standard controller. It's an actual fishing rod controller. And a lot of people really think it's a lot of fun and really cool. So now the only thing left to do in this video is to rate this controller based on how crazy it is, how cool it is, and how it functions as a controller. The crazy factor is pretty up there, in my opinion, for this one, man. And, you know, there have been fishing rod controllers in the past for the original PlayStation, I believe, but I don't know, there's just something about this one. I think because of the integration of the gyroscope motion control stuff that we've got going on in there, this one is really special. And you know, I love the design of it too. It's got that Dreamcast white with the gray buttons and stuff like that. I feel like they could have spiced it up just a little bit and have the buttons be the same color scheme as the original Dreamcast controller, but that's just a nitpick, to be honest. As far as crazy is concerned, to have a fishing rod controller isn't that crazy, but to have one with these primitive motion controls at this period of time in gaming history, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy, and especially coming from Sega at this particular time in their lifespan. So I'm gonna give this a 7 out of 10 as far as being crazy. I think that's a pretty fair rating. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I feel like that's a pretty fair rating for as far as how crazy this controller actually is. Now we gotta rate it based on how cool it is. Well, I mean, I think it's pretty cool, but I'm biased as hell, dude. I've got so many Dreamcast videos because it's my favorite console of all time. So that's why the rating system is so difficult for me. But I still want to try to do it anyway. I think it's pretty darn cool. Compared to the Dreamcast Green Goblin, maybe not as cool, but it's still pretty darn cool. But you know, at the end of the day, it's a fishing rod. You know, how cool is fishing? A lot of people like to fish, so I imagine it's pretty popular. But honestly, for what it is, I really think it's a really cool addition to the library of hardware that the Sega Dreamcast got. A lot of people just don't understand or have any idea how many really cool pieces of peripherals and hardware that we got for that system over the short lifespan that it was around. But I gotta say, this is probably a 5 out of 10. I would give it a 5 out of 10. It's cool, but it's not like anything super special. I mean, it's special that we got it, but it's a fishing rod controller, dude. You know what I mean? Now we need to rate it based on how it functions as a controller, and I've got to give it a 10 out of 10, man. It does its job. It's a fishing rod controller. I mean, even without the motion controls, you could just press the A button to cast your line out and then reel that sucker in, and everything would be fine. But they gave us that flicking ability to flick that sucker, something that they most certainly did not have to do. So in my book, I'm gonna rate it high on functionality as a controller. It's a 10 out of 10. It's very likely the best fishing rod controller that we will ever have, ever, in my opinion. And I'd love to know what you guys think about that rating, and I'd love to know how you would feel about rating this Sega Dreamcast controller in particular. How crazy do you think this is? How cool is it? And in your experience, how well does it function as a controller? I've never had an issue where this controller just doesn't work for whatever reason. I mean, it's built like a tank. It's kind of heavy too. I bet you if I clock somebody in the forehead with it, it'd knock them out pretty quickly. It might damage the controller, to be honest, but this is heavy duty plastic, man. Not like the newer third-party controllers that we get today. This one is some hardcore heavy plastic for sure. I feel like every time I do a video about some controller, I have to talk about whether or not it would hurt somebody if you threw it at them. That's a theme that I'd gladly keep going. I think that's a pretty good judge of quality on a controller. Would it hurt somebody if you hit somebody with it, or would it break upon impact on their flesh and their skull? That's a really interesting point. I'm gonna keep doing that. It's nice. Well, I really appreciate you guys checking out this series. Thanks so much for watching. Let me know in the comment section below, have you ever used a fishing rod controller before? And have you ever used the Sega Dreamcast official fishing rod controller? Let me know the answers to all those questions in the comments section below. Thanks for checking out the other videos in this series, and thank you for subscribing. I'll catch you guys at the very next video. Thanks very much. Bye-bye. Ha! Yeah! Hey there everybody, Travis Bowman here. I'm a fingerstyle guitar player and retro video game nerd. Welcome to a brand new episode of Crazy Cool Controllers, a YouTube series where we take history's craziest and coolest controllers and do a video about it. This time we've got a combination of two really cool peripherals for the Sega Dreamcast. We're of course talking about the official Dreamcast keyboard and mouse. Back in 1999, the year 2000, this was a pretty big deal to have these two peripherals released for this system that had a built-in modem which allowed us to play games online and even browse the web back in those early days of the internet. This is not the first example of a keyboard and mouse for a home console, but it is one of the most iconic, at least in my eyes. The Dreamcast was Sega's last home console, and they tried to do a lot of different things to win people over to get them on Team Sega to avoid, the Sony PlayStation 2, the Microsoft Xbox, and the Nintendo GameCube. And one of the things they were really trying to push
along with the VMU as well as some other different peripherals, was the online capabilities of the Sega Dreamcast. Now, admittedly, not every game on this system is going to take advantage of the keyboard and mouse. It's a very, very specific thing, but still it's one of the most iconic things about the Sega Dreamcast in my opinion. Even so, when I look on the back of the box right here, they are really, really touting the online capabilities of your Sega Dreamcast. And one of the games on the back of this Dreamcast box that is featured so heavily is, of course, Phantasy Star Online. One of the best games on the entire system in my opinion. And on the back of the game case here, you can see that it says one player, online multiplayer, VMU required to save your game. You can use a VGA box, you can use a keyboard, a jump pack, a modem, and the standard controller. So no mouse support for this guy. Unfortunately, you can't play the game keyboard and mouse and look around with the mouse with your character. That's not what this is for. The keyboard was meant to kind of be on your lap to communicate with other players, and that's a really, really cool thing about that Phantasy Star Online that you can still use today. That's right, Phantasy Star Online in 2025 and probably beyond. Later on, the servers are likely still going to be up, those private servers where you can still play this game online. On your Sega Dreamcast, you can link up with people that are playing on PC, as well as other people that are just playing on the Dreamcast too, which is a really, really, really cool thing that's still happening. So you can see in this footage that I'm using this keyboard to communicate with other people that I've never met in my entire life who are still playing Phantasy Star Online. It's one of the best MMOs ever made, the first console MMO actually, so that's another really unique thing that we got from Sega at the time, another innovative thing that unfortunately that potential just wasn't realized until much, much later. So we've got Phantasy Star Online, and that's great. If you want to learn more about this being an online game still today, you can check out the video and the link in the description below where you can find more information on that. But let's talk about some of the other games that can be used with the keyboard and especially the mouse for the Sega Dreamcast. Obviously, we've got some first-person shooters. I don't have all of them, but I have most of them here. So we've got a really, really popular title called Unreal Tournament, which is a first-person shooter that takes advantage of your keyboard and mouse. There's surprisingly a lot of customizable controls for this game on your Sega Dreamcast, which is really, really cool. Another one that is really popular and still online these days is Quake 3 Arena. I don't have a physical copy of that one currently, unfortunately. And most recently, Outrigger. This is a Sega Dreamcast exclusive. This is one of the craziest, most unique first-person shooters on the Sega Dreamcast, and in my opinion, from that era of video gaming in general. But this is basically Sega's answer to all of those really popular online first-person shooters of that era. The reason that I really want to mention this guy right here is because as of the making of this video a few weeks ago, this game got added to the list of Sega Dreamcast games that you can continue to play online. So yeah, I tried it out. It wasn't bad, but I don't know if it was a connection issue or what, but I was experiencing a lot of lag. So unfortunately, it's not as exciting as Phantasy Star Online as far as the playability as of the making of this video. And again, this is just from my experience. I don't know if I was just connected to a bad server, and I didn't make my own game. I connected to somebody else, and I asked them what they were playing on, and everybody said the DreamPi. Now, if you're unfamiliar with what that is, that's basically a Raspberry Pi computer that's been configured to be used with the Sega Dreamcast. Basically, it's the middleman between the 56K modem that's built into the system to whatever home network that you have, whether it's broadband, Ethernet, or over Wi-Fi. It's a really cool device that is not readily available all the time, but if you keep your eyes open, you can grab one. I'm glad that I got mine a long time ago. We have to mention the Dreamcast web browser with SegaNet. On the back of this, it says optimized for SegaNet. Get exclusive access to VMU files, movies, and more. Explore the World Wide Web. Send and receive email and chat with people all around the world. So that's really, really cool, man. This had its own web browser software back in the day, and I just love when you open this up, you see the disc and the manual perfectly. That square manual fits in that Dreamcast console. It's just so freaking iconic, man. This is by far one of the cheaper Dreamcast games out there these days, But still, it's still a really cool piece of gaming history, and a lot of people grab these and sacrifice them for their game cases to put actual Dreamcast games in that are a little more desirable, because these things are so common. They were pretty much packed in with every Dreamcast system. But let's talk about the mouse for just a second too. You see the keyboard a lot more than you see the mouse these days. I used to have it complete in box, but I don't remember what happened to my box. I guess when I moved a long time ago, I kind of lost it. But this is a surprisingly really modern-ish mouse for the time. Yeah, it's still a ball mouse. You've got the ball inside there that needs to be cleaned every once in a while and everything. But what I'm getting at is that you've got your left mouse and your right mouse, your wheel there, and you've also got the button on the side, which is really cool for some of those first-person shooters. If you want to change your weapon or something, or use a secondary weapon or whatever, you can use that mouse button for your thumb over there on the side. So you're seeing in this footage that I played a ton of these first-person shooter games for the Sega Dreamcast with the keyboard and mouse. That's exactly what you're seeing here. I'm playing those games with these peripherals hooked up. And it's a really, really fun experience. Admittedly, not everybody's going to see a lot of value in it because, you know, we've come such a long way with video games with the keyboard and mouse. You know, we've got several of the new Doom games that obviously will just blow these out of the water as far as their controls and everything, but it does not mean by any circumstances that these games on the Dreamcast are outdated. I mean, obviously they're going to be a little less impressive graphically, but they're still first-person shooters and they're great, man. If you enjoy the original Doom that came out all the way back in the 90s, then there's a lot of value to be had in these games. It's just, people don't really think about hooking up this kind of stuff on a console. It's just so much easier to play on your PC, but it still can be done. In fact, the biggest qualm about, you know, hooking all this stuff up is having to deal with all the wires and stuff. Not everybody's Dreamcast is going to be in a situation in their house where it's easy to connect it to your console and play comfortably. You can still get these third-party extension cables. This is from a brand called McBasil. I think I got this on Amazon. It's a 2-pack that are 6 feet long each. It was like $10 or less, something like that. It's really not that bad. If you really want to connect this stuff up and give it a go, I would highly recommend that you look into some of those third-party extender cables. I actually had a really good time playing some of these first-person shooters. It was actually a lot of fun, and I wouldn't want to do this all the time, but it's kind of a novelty now, and it was a lot of fun to really test out some of these games, especially Outrigger, a game that I hadn't really played online before back in the day, but now it's easy to do these days if you have a way to hook your Dreamcast up to the internet. One thing that I should mention about the keyboard and mouse is Half-Life. Half-Life was kind of planned for the Dreamcast, but it never came out officially. That is obviously a game that you would want to use with the keyboard and mouse, but unfortunately I was not able to get it to work with the keyboard and mouse. I don't know if it's just me, if I screwed it up. Maybe you can let me know in the comments section below if you have more information about support for Half-Life on the Sega Dreamcast. Even today, you know, it's still cool to check it out, but it's by far one of the worst ways to play that game just because of the loading times on the Dreamcast. I'm pretty sure the port on the PS2 was a little bit better as far as loading times, but you know how that game goes. You go into a room and then you have to wait for that room to load, and it's so much better on PC, obviously, but it's still cool that we got that for the Dreamcast at all. One other thing that I wanted to talk about regarding the keyboard and the mouse, well, not so much the mouse, but the keyboard. There is a game for the Sega Dreamcast. I'm pretty sure it got released on PC too back in the day. It's called The Typing of the Dead. Now, if you're unfamiliar with what that means, there was a light gun game for the Sega Dreamcast called The House of the Dead. It's actually a Sega Saturn game. That's where it got its start. And it's been in arcades and stuff too, and there's been several iterations since the second game on the Sega Dreamcast. But somebody had the bright idea to take the Dreamcast keyboard, which probably didn't have that many titles that could take advantage of it at the time, and they said, why don't we take that light gun game, get rid of the guns entirely, and instead of using the guns to shoot the zombies in this game, we will take the keyboard and have you type words and even sentences to destroy the zombies. And that, my friends, is how I got so good at typing. You know, I had a class in high school that taught me how to type and everything, and that was great, but Typing of the Dead. I mean, I remember playing this when I used to burn Dreamcast games back in middle school, you know. You couldn't go out and buy games at the store anymore, and being that young, I didn't have the advantages of getting on eBay
or going out to retro video game stores as much to grab some used Dreamcast games, so I used to burn them onto CDRs like I'm sure most of you did. That's how I got so good at typing. I'm really good at typing, man. I can type super fast, and it's because of this game, this Typing of the Dead, that makes you so stressed out about getting those words out as fast as possible. You can't really get too far in the game unless you are really adept at typing. You know, you have to form sentences, and there's even punctuation and stuff in there too. It's a really, really unique game, one of the coolest games that I've ever played, and I have really great memories of me and my mom playing that too, because she wasn't that great at video games, didn't like them that much, but she enjoyed doing, you know, Typing of the Dead because it's different. It's a unique experience, and that's one of the great things about the Sega Dreamcast is we got all this really cool stuff, this third-party stuff from Sega to use with their system, and that's what I remember it for. You know, I've done several videos on the Dreamcast peripheral stuff now. You know, I've done third-party controllers as well as some of the first-party ones, like the fishing rod controller. Now, as far as the web browser goes, you won't be able to do much with it, but you can still visit, you know, websites like Google and stuff like that. YouTube is not really working that well. There aren't a lot of websites that you can visit, like Facebook and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that doesn't work, but it's still pretty cool to kind of go back and at least try to look at some websites that we used to check out back in the day. I really do love the Dreamcast keyboard and mouse. It's a really cool set of peripherals that are kind of unique to the time, but it really reminded me of how great the Sega Dreamcast is and all the options that they gave us. You know, this was not just a first-person shooter console. It was not just an MMO console or a fighting game console. You have options with the Sega Dreamcast, my friends, and this is just another peripheral that shows you that fact. So I'd be really curious to know what you guys think about the Sega Dreamcast keyboard and mouse. Let me know if you've ever used one in the comments section below. What games did I not mention that are compatible with the Sega Dreamcast keyboard and mouse? And I'll put a link in the description where you can learn more about those compatible games if you're interested in that as well. Thank you so much for checking out this series. I really appreciate you guys watching that, and thank you for subscribing, and I'll catch you guys in the next video. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Can you say bye-bye? Can you say Macau? Yeah, that's good. Thank you, buddy. You're a good boy. Thank you. Hey everybody, Travis Bowman here. I'm a fingerstyle guitar player and retro video game nerd. Let's talk about one of the greatest console MMOs of all time. That, of course, is Phantasy Star Online for the Sega Dreamcast. Believe it or not, as of right now, 2025, this game is still playable on the internet, online. It lives up to its name all these years later. Phantasy Star Online is not limited to the Dreamcast. There are several other versions, including that on the GameCube and the original Xbox. However, for this video, we're going to be talking about the Dreamcast version for the majority of that. So how is it possible, after all this time, you can still use your Sega Dreamcast online? Well, for the longest time, the only way to do so was with the very highly coveted and expensive broadband adapter, allowing you to take your Ethernet cable and plug it into your Dreamcast using that adapter. However, you can never underestimate the modding community and the passionate Dreamcast fans out there. A gentleman that goes by the name of PC Wizard offers a device on his website which is called the DreamPi, which is essentially a Raspberry Pi computer that has been converted into a makeshift broadband adapter, even capable of using Wi-Fi for your Sega Dreamcast. Now, of course, Phantasy Star Online is not the only game that benefits from the DreamPi or the broadband adapter for that matter, but I'll link in the description below if you really want to learn more about which games are supported and which ones aren't. You might be surprised just how many games you can still play online with your Sega Dreamcast these days. So I guess we should talk about the big question before we get any further in this video, and that question is, why would you want to do this? Why would you want to play a 30-year-old game on your Dreamcast online when you could just play a plethora of other online multiplayer games on your PC? Phantasy Star Online 2 is a pretty good game, and it's a more recent game that we actually got over here in the West. However, people still tend to prefer the first game for a lot of different reasons. There's something about it, man. And it's not a you had to be there sort of thing, although that is a big part of it sometimes for some people. It's a nostalgic thing. We grew up with this game. We remember being there back in the day when we were kids playing this online and thinking it was the coolest thing ever. And the game is just good.
That's another thing that needs to be stated. This is a very, very good MMO, and it's the first console MMO ever. And despite the name, you can still play this game offline. And I used to do so around the 2006, 2007-ish era quite a bit because I just really, really loved the game. And at that time, the Dreamcast was discontinued and I was really missing it. So I would play this game offline all the time. However, the real meat and potatoes of Phantasy Star Online is played online. There's a big sense of community here. And some people that play this game online still choose to use Discord to communicate rather than using the keyboard, but come on. Such a nostalgic thing to bust out the keyboard and type to your teammates because that's how we used to do it back in the day. And you know, back then, it was fine. It was awesome, actually, being able to use a keyboard on your home console and communicate with other people from around the world. That was an insane thing back then. And it's still cool to use it today to kind of remember what that used to be like. Keeping the theme of the Dreamcast version of this game, you can get Phantasy Star Online version 1 or version 2, two completely different games. Dreamcast games, mind you. These right here. So a common question is, which version should I get? Probably version 2, considering that there's a lot more content in version 2, but you can get online with either version of the game. So what if you're a super hardcore Sega Dreamcast nerd like me, but some of your friends just aren't? Well, luckily for you, you can play the Dreamcast build of this game online, and your friends can download the PC version and still be able to play online together at the same time. It's actually a really, really cool thing. Setting it up on the PC is not the most straightforward thing, at least it was when I attempted to do it last. So you're gonna have to probably follow a guide and make sure that you follow it to a T because it is kind of tedious. It's kind of a pain in the ass, actually, and a lot of your friends might not be into doing that much work just to play a game that's 30 years old. I stated previously that the original Xbox and the Nintendo GameCube both have versions of this game. However, just because you can play the Dreamcast version on your PC, that doesn't mean that you can play the Dreamcast version with a GameCube person or an original Xbox person. Unfortunately, that's just not possible because, you know, it's a different game altogether. So we've got two different options if you want to get your Sega Dreamcast back online these days. And the number one option is your very expensive and difficult to find broadband adapter. You're going to be spending close to $200 for that unless you could find one for a good deal. But that being said, I just got on eBay before I started this video and I found one for about $120 in Japan, which, you know, isn't that bad, but at the same time, man, that's a lot of money for a broadband adapter for your Sega Dreamcast. That being said, PC Wizard sells a DreamPi kit, which is how I got into this in the first place. I picked mine up several years ago on his website. It was pretty straightforward. It came with the kit and instructions. It's really, really simple to use that device to get online with your Sega Dreamcast. However, I regret to inform you, if you've made it this far into the video, you're probably interested in doing this yourself. Getting online with the DreamPi is awesome. The problem is obtaining a DreamPi. As of right now, and for the past several months, they have been out of stock on the website, which is a huge bummer. And he even has a disclaimer on his website when you first show up regarding contact information. It says you can contact him, but he's strongly advising you not to contact him about having things in stock, which is a huge bummer because I know there's a lot of people out there that would love to jump in on this. I've got a buddy of mine who's actually really interested in jumping online on the Sega Dreamcast. However, he just can't do it because the DreamPi on this website is not available right now, and we don't have any idea as to when it is going to become available. I think what we need to do is get the community together and say, hey, we have X number of people that have pledged. We will pay for this. If you get everything in stock, we will give you money for this. And see if you can get another batch together to get more people online with their Sega Dreamcast. So I was capturing footage for a Sega Dreamcast video that was something along the lines of some of the best Dreamcast games that you need to play if you haven't already, that sort of thing. And of course, Phantasy Star Online had to be on that list. So I was capturing footage for a lot of Dreamcast games, and I landed on PSO, started playing that game, and I ended up playing the game for 1 full hour when I was just meaning to get about 10 or 15 minutes of footage. And that's because I started playing it online to show that it's still possible, and I stumbled upon a group of people. And we ended up playing the game for quite some time together, and it was a lot of fun. That's the great thing about this game, is that
you can get sucked into it and play it all day long. You can play it every single weekend, and people do. There is a community of people that meet up every Saturday night to play this game. It's insane. So you could take it that seriously, or you could just jump in whenever you want to. You don't have to, become a slave to it. You can play it whenever you want. And that's the brilliant thing about it, is that there's always going to be a community of people that are going to be playing it. There's a Discord server with a lot of people that are still playing this game that you can interact with and ask them questions if you're interested. It's an amazing game. And I'm not just saying that because I myself am a Dreamcast super fan. If you're into anything MMO like that, you should really give Phantasy Star Online a chance. And I wish that this was a more widespread thing that was more widely available to those who are interested in it. But unfortunately, at this particular time, as of the making of this video anyway, it's just not. But that being said, you might want to check the link in the description if you are interested in this. He might have some more units up for sale. And if he doesn't, there is a way for you to build your own DreamPi yourself, because again, it is just a Raspberry Pi with some software on it, and you need a device to take the old phone line, jack that into a USB that goes into the DreamPi, and then you'll be able to connect online. However, it's easy for me to say that. I've never actually tried to build this myself, but I would love to start a discussion in the comment section below for those of you who have experience in this sort of thing. If you have any tips and tricks about building your own DreamPi setup to play Phantasy Star Online back online again. You can see from this footage that it's just a lot of fun, man. You don't have to take it too seriously, and that's what I love about this game, is that you could just sit and chat with people using your Sega Dreamcast and the keyboard, or you could just get in there and play it mute and just run with the squad of people. You don't have to talk to them if you don't want to, and you can just play the game. It's so much fun to link up with other people that have been playing the game a lot longer than you. There's so many generous people on there that will give you items, weapons, all sorts of stuff, tips and tricks that you might need to get into the game. So do not feel as though this is some sort of elitist sort of community. This is a very, very passionate community, and they are so stoked to see new people jump on and play Phantasy Star Online again. I'm serious about this. We need to get some sort of petition together to try to figure out what's going on and see if we can get the DreamPi back online again and have it be accessible to a lot of new players who are interested in doing this. I can't tell you how many times I've seen a Phantasy Star Online post either on Reddit or on a Facebook group or something like that, or in a Discord. It doesn't matter. I see a lot of people all the time asking, hey, so how can you do this? How can you get the Sega Dreamcast back online? I'm interested in doing so. The DreamPi is by far the best solution. It's the most affordable solution. I wouldn't say it's cheap. You're going to spend a little over $100 to be able to do this. So that being said, if you can find a broadband adapter for around that same price, you might go that route. However, the DreamPi seems to be the new streamlined solution that everybody's running with. So that being said, if you're looking to play other Dreamcast games that aren't just Phantasy Star Online, you might be a little bit limited with the broadband adapter as opposed to the DreamPi. I'll put links in the description below. If you're really interested in getting your Sega Dreamcast online again, you can check out those links and learn more information. This is a badass game, dude, and it's still online, and it's still a lot of fun, and I'm actually looking forward to playing some more of it myself. So thank you so much for watching this video. Put your comments in the comment section below. Let's start a discussion about the DreamPi, about Phantasy Star Online, and the fact that the Sega freaking Dreamcast is back online. How amazing is that? Let's have a discussion in the comment section below. Thank you guys for subscribing, and I'll see you all at the next video. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Hey everybody, Travis Bowman here to talk to you about the GDEMU for the Sega Dreamcast. Now, this is becoming quite a popular thing to do with many consoles these days that are retro, kind of bringing them new life and extending the life of those consoles and getting them up to the modern era. Now, what we're talking about is what's called an optical drive emulator, or most often referred to as an ODE for short. The GDEMU is one of the cheaper options to do this for one of your consoles. It's a Dreamcast exclusive ODE. You can't get a GDEMU for any other console, it's just for the Dreamcast. Now what we're doing essentially is taking the old disk drive out of our Dreamcast and replacing it with this device called the GDEMU. Now what that's going to do is allow us to play our games off of an SD card instead of relying on discs for these games, and as a result the loading times are going to be light years faster than what they previously were, and of course we have the reliability of the SD card. We don't have to worry about our discs getting scratched anymore. And lastly, we don't have to worry about buying those games anymore because, as you may know, they have gotten ridiculously expensive. You could spend upwards of $200 for one heavy hitter Dreamcast game. The GDEMU that I have in my Dreamcast, I installed myself. It was a very, very easy process to do, and you can check the link in the description to follow the tutorial that I used to install this GDEMU. Long story short, if you're confused about it, or if you don't feel like you're up to the task of actually doing it yourself, let me put it this way. As long as you can operate a screwdriver, and if you're familiar with Legos and putting those together, then this should be virtually the same sort of situation. I mean, you have to unscrew the lid of the Dreamcast and take it out and replace a couple of parts, and that's pretty much it. The only other thing that people tend to worry about is the fan, because once you take that disk drive out, there's something weird that goes on inside the console regarding heat dispersal. So a lot of people change the stock fan with a brand new fan, which is called the Noctua fan, and I've done that as well. It's just kind of like a fail-safe. It's better for the heat dispersal, and you know, like any other moving part in any other console will go out eventually, and the fan, there's no exception to that as well. So of course I went ahead and did that too. Again, it's a pretty easy process. It's actually pretty cool because you have some 3D printed parts in the Dreamcast now once you add this stuff in there, and that's optional. You know, the fan's optional, but from what I've read online, there seems to be a back and forth on whether or not you need to do that. The Dreamcast does get a little bit hotter afterwards, so that's definitely something to consider, but I just went ahead and replaced the fan anyway. So we've got the GDEMU in the Dreamcast, now what? You can add your games onto your SD card. I've actually got a 256 gigabyte SD card in my Dreamcast, and I've got just over 200 games on there. Now the great thing about this is that, you know, I don't have to burn CDs anymore if I want to play a Dreamcast game. The main thing is that it's so much easier to access now, and what I mean by that is the menu is very easy to navigate. You can go to whichever game that you want and start it. It starts right up. I've only had a few instances where I would start a game and I was having trouble with it. For example, I would start a game and it would just stay at a black screen. So then I had to get up and go over to the Dreamcast and, of course, power cycle it again, turn it off, turn it back on. And I've never had any issues other than that. And, you know, that's only happened maybe 2 times since I've had this in my Dreamcast, and I've had it in there for about a month now. Other than that, there's really no issues with that GDEMU once it's installed. And there's been a lot of questions about this GDEMU as far as like, okay, what does that mean for my Dreamcast once I get it put in? What's going to be different? For example, am I going to be able to use the BIOS menu, the dashboard or whatever at the very beginning when you first boot up the console? Yes, you can still go back to that menu, of course, and go through your saves and manage your saves however you desire. So that's all good in there. One of the other great things about it is that you can force a VGA mode. This was in the wild west of 480p once we were getting out of the 240p territory, you know, with like the Genesis and the Super Nintendo and stuff like that. When this generation came along, you know, with the GameCube and the Xbox and the PlayStation 2 and everything started to get a little bit better as far as like video quality. The Dreamcast was able to output VGA, and it's glorious. It's the most beautiful thing you'll ever see. If you've never seen it before on the Sega Dreamcast, your mind's going to be blown. This console looks ridiculously good at that highest video quality. So you can force most games to output it at VGA. Myself, I have a SCART cable, and I'm using that to go VGA out. But that's a long story in itself right there. So what are some of the pros of having a GDEMU in your Dreamcast? Well, obviously you don't have to deal with the discs anymore, and that's great. It's really going a long way for lazy people because you can press a button combination, and some people know this, but even on a stock Dreamcast, you can press all of the face buttons A, B, X, and Y together, and then press Start, and you'll be taken back to the Start menu of whatever game that you're playing. Now, if you do this twice in a row, you'll end up back at the regular old Dreamcast menu, your BIOS menu, dashboard, whatever you want to call it. When you have your GDEMU installed, however, this brings you back to the GDEMU menu, allowing you to select whatever other game that you might want to play. So that's actually a really, really nice feature. And if you've been into burning games for the Dreamcast for a long time like I have, then you know the pain of the fact that some games you just can't play that way. Shenmue 2, those games are just a little bit too big for your 700 megabyte CDR. So in order to play those games and burn them, you'd have to get a special CDR that has a lot more storage space on it, or you just have to bite the bullet and pay the extra money for those games. And you know, for Shenmue and Shenmue 2, a lot of times that's not really that difficult. You know, it's not that crazy. They're not that crazy expensive as of yet. But then you get games like D2. Those games are extremely expensive, those multi-disc games. You've got other ones too. That's something to take into consideration. I've really been enjoying jumping into some of the games that have kind of been mythical to me over the years, and D2 is definitely one of those. Here's another big thing for me that I was struggling with and confused about. Now, I'm a hardcore Dreamcast fan. It was one of my favorite consoles growing up, and it still is to this day. I could go on and on about that, but what I'd like to point out is I was worried about Phantasy Star Online. Now, this is a game that people still play online, myself included, and the way I had to do this, I've got an original copy of the game, and I have to burn a disc that's basically like a boot disc that will allow me to connect to these private servers. And that's the way I played the game for, gosh, the past 10 years or so. So I was worried about that, and it turns out you can just get a patched version of the game online and put it on your GDEMU, and there's no need to do anything with the discs, of course, and it just boots right up. And that's really, really nice to be able to not have to take that extra step of putting in the disc, taking it out, putting in the actual game, and then booting it that way. So I was worried about that, but it's so much easier for me to play Phantasy Star Online now. All I have to do is turn on the console and boom, I'm ready to get into the game with all of my friends. Now, as far as should you do this yourself, well, this is where I'm going to kind of date this video probably a little bit. As of right now, you know, because of the chip shortage and everything that's going on still in the early part of 2023, it might not be a justifiable thing for most people to do. It depends on how deep you are into the Dreamcast. The GDEMU itself is a little pricey, and I remember these things used to be like $35 or $40. Well, that's not the case anymore. They're more than double that these days, and you really want to go all out and get that 3D printed enclosure that goes around the GDEMU as well. Otherwise, you just kind of have like a hole in your Dreamcast when you open up the lid. And that 3D printed part has been proven to be really great for heat dispersal as well. Now, if we're going to take the extra step and go all out to try to, you know, extend the life of our Dreamcast, get rid of that GD-ROM drive out of there, we want to try to take the extra steps to also prolong the life of everything else. And that's where the knock to a fan comes in, and that's where these 3D printed parts come in as well. There's no reason to upgrade the Dreamcast and not take some extra steps along the way that will also help prolong the life of it. So in addition to being able to play Phantasy Star Online and some of these other games that are a lot bigger than what a CDR can handle as far as burning the copy of the game and everything, there are also a lot of really cool Dreamcast games that didn't come out in North America or Europe. They're Japanese exclusives that have had really nice English translations. One of those would be a game from Software. You know, think Elden Ring, Souls, the Souls games, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, all that stuff. They actually made a mech game on the Dreamcast called Frame Gride, and there's an English translation for it, and it's really cool to actually go back and check that out and be able to play something from that era and actually understand what's going on. Now, From Software made a lot of mech games as far as I understand, so it makes sense that in the early 2000s they would have made a game for the Sega Dreamcast. So that's another thing that can be checked out with this GDEMU with little to no hassle at all. The other thing I want to talk about is a game that was finished and it was planned to be released, but of course at the last minute it was canceled. Now that is a game called Propeller Arena. It's like a dog fighting game, you know, think, you know, planes and guns and everything like that, but think, you know, that classic Sega arcade feel. This game was supposed to come out, but it was supposed to come out in 2001, and you can fly your plane into a building and crash. So of course, you know, late 2001, you know that's not going to happen. But today, you know, over 20 years later, we can actually play it now, and it's actually really fun. It's a great arcadey Dreamcast game, and that's really one of the reasons why I love the console so much, is because of all of these, you know, arcade-like games that came out on the Dreamcast. And Propeller Arena is definitely one that you want to check out if you're getting a GDEMU in your Dreamcast. And that's pretty much it, guys. I mean, I really love this thing. I was on the fence about it for a long time due to the cost, but you know, I've had my Dreamcast since the early days, you know, not at launch, but soon after is when I got my Dreamcast. In fact, it's the only console that I still have from my youth. So, I mean, I've taken really good care of it over the years, but inevitably those GD-ROM drives are going to fail. They're going to go out, and then what are you going to do? It's not like you can go to the store and buy another one. So it's really, really nice that there's other options for our old beloved consoles, and the GDEMU is a great option for the Dreamcast, and I'm really glad that I pulled the trigger on it. Like I said, I've had a couple of hiccups here and there, but the majority of it is just very seamless, very easy to understand, and it's a great way to experience the Dreamcast all over again. So if you're on the fence about it, I would highly encourage you, you know, to look into it. If you can justify the cost, trust me, it's worth it. It's amazing. It really is. Thanks so much for checking out this video. Let me know if you have a GDEMU in your Dreamcast, or if you're on the fence about it, let me know why. And thanks for checking out my YouTube channel. I really appreciate it. You know, I'm a fingerstyle guitar player who just has a really, really big soft spot for some of these retro games. So you might stick around on my YouTube channel if you're interested in some retro video game music. I do a lot of covers and stuff on YouTube, as well as videos like this, of course. And be sure to check me out on Facebook, Instagram. I also have a Patreon account for those of you that might be interested in some online guitar lessons. I've got a lot of music on there as well, so feel free to check that out. Thanks so much for liking this video and for subscribing, and I'll catch you guys at the next video. Thanks very much. Bye-bye. Hey there everybody, Travis Bowman here. We've got two Sega Dreamcasts on the table today, and we're going to have a discussion about what's inside of each of these. We've replaced the disk drive with what's called an ODE, and that stands for Optical Drive Emulator. Odds are, if you're watching this video, you probably know exactly what these things are, but just in case you don't, an Optical Drive Emulator is a device that's meant to replace the old disk drive on a console, a disk-based console. So here's the old GD-ROM drive. This is the thing that you put the disk in, and there's the laser right there, and it reads the disk and allows you to play that disk. The problem with these old disk drives is that they're getting old. They're 20 or 30 years old at this point, and a lot of times this laser will start to crap out on you, and maybe even the capacitors inside of this thing are starting to go bad as well. You know, it's just really old technology at this point, and it's not that easy to replace this laser. It's not like they're making any more of these things anymore. The Dreamcast has been discontinued since the early 2000s. So that's where the ODE comes in. It's a device that's meant to emulate just the disk drive. There's a lot of confusion about that, where people are thinking that, oh, you're just turning this console into some sort of emulation box or something like that. That's not true. See, all the guts and stuff are still inside of this console. All the power supply, the motherboard, the controller board, everything has been left alone. The only thing that we're removing is the device that reads the media, right? So optical drive emulators are actually becoming a really popular thing. I'm sure you're familiar with the EverDrive, which is basically the same sort of situation, only we're going back a couple generations to the cartridge-based systems. That's a really popular thing, and I've got a couple of different videos on various EverDrive cartridges. So it's kind of in the same area, the same sort of thing. Now, for the Sega Dreamcast, there seems to be currently two options. So to my left here, we've got what's called the GDEMU, and it's exactly the way it's spelled, GDEMU. Now this is the first device that came out for your Sega Dreamcast that's going to allow you to read your games, not off of a disc, but an SD card. And that's exactly what I've got here. It's a 256 gigabyte, just regular old SanDisk, and it pops right in there, and that's my entire game library on one device. You don't have to change discs anymore. and that's really cool. It's a really cool device. And to take it even one step further, over here on the right, we have a device from Terra Onion, and it's called the MODE. And there's no SD card here. We've got a solid state drive, specifically a 1 terabyte solid state drive plugged into our Sega Dreamcast. In my opinion, this is probably a bit overkill. So I've got 2 examples right here, 2 choices if you're looking to upgrade your Sega Dreamcast in order to prolong the life of the system. And that's kind of what we're doing here when we're adding these ODEs in here. You know, the future is here, I guess, and unfortunately those disk drives are not staying with us as long as we would have hoped they would have. So it's just really nice to have these options here if you're a big fan of playing on original hardware. So why do I have both of these in 2 different Dreamcasts? Well, I'm a guitar teacher, that's my day job, but I do YouTube on the side, and I also like to try to fix up old video game consoles just like the ones you're seeing here. I'm not the best at it by any means, I'm not a professional, but I do like to try to do it on my own, and it's a really good learning experience, and I've learned a lot. I've screwed up a lot of consoles, but I've also fixed a lot of them too. So it's just a fun little hobby. But the reason that I have these 2 here, this Dreamcast over here is my personal Dreamcast with the GDEMU installed, and a gentleman reached out to me and asked me if I would be interested in installing this MODE for him, for his Dreamcast, and that's exactly what I've done here. Both of these options in front of me in my house, I might as well do a video and do a comparison and at least talk about the differences that I've noticed between the 2. So if you're looking to get one of these for your Dreamcast, I thought I'd just share a little bit of my experiences with both devices. So let's start with the GDEMU because I have the most history with that. I actually got this device for the first time a few years ago, 3-4 years ago now maybe. It's worked great for me, to be honest. It's extremely easy to install. So I'll show you the original disk drive once again. And you know, it looks like this, but this is all we're working with down here. You can kind of see it right there. It's a Lego style port, you know, it's just a plug and play sort of thing. Yeah, this thing is attached by some screws on the actual motherboard there, but that's really the only thing that's connected to the motherboard is that little piece. So once you get those screws out, you can just lift that guy up out of there, and it's actually extremely easy to do. The main difference between the GDEMU and your MODE is the fact that you're working with this SD card storage here. That's really your only option for storing your games on the GDEMU is this SD card. You can use one of those adapters. It's like this is the full-size SD card. If you've got a micro SD card, you can use an adapter to convert it to this full size there. In my experience, it's worked just fine. The GDEMU first came about from a gentleman, and I don't recall his name, and I'm so sorry about that, but I'll put that information in the description below. But a dude just kind of put this together, and he made it open source for anybody to create their own. So the original GDEMU that came from this gentleman is extremely rare and hard to find, and he just kind of quit making them. What you see before you is a knockoff. This didn't come from this guy. This is a device that was probably manufactured, made, and shipped from China. So it's important to understand where you're getting this and where it's coming from. But that being said, I recently bought a lot of not working Dreamcasts on eBay, about 4 or 5 of them, and on every single one of those I put in a GDEMU with the intention to sell them locally, and I sure did, man. I sold every single one of them and made a little bit of a profit, not too much, but it was a really fun project. It took me a few weeks to do. It was really fun, and everybody that has received their GDEMU has been really happy with it so far, which is a really cool thing, and I'm a big fan of the Dreamcast, so it's really cool to be kind of spreading that love here local. Okay, so on the right, let's talk about the MODE and the big differences between the two. So on your MODE, we should probably mention the fact that MODE, M-O-D-E, actually stands for something. It's the Multi-Optical Disc Emulator. This device right here is not just for the Sega Dreamcast. This can be used in a multitude of different consoles. So the MODE currently works for the Sega Dreamcast. You can also install it in a Sega Saturn, and you can also, most recently, install it into a Sony PlayStation 1, which is really cool. Now there's a few different storage devices that you can use for that mode. The most obvious one is going to be your solid state drive, but you can also use a USB device if you so desire. I don't know why you do that when you have the option of using an SSD, but that option is there. The big selling point with the mode is that it's one device that can do a bunch of different things. The problem is, do you really want to unplug this thing and put it in your Saturn when you're done playing your Dreamcast, or put it in your PlayStation when you're done playing your Saturn, etc.? So a lot of people with a lot of money, tend to want to purchase multiple different modes for their different consoles, and that's a really cool thing. It's a cool option if you've got the cash to spend on it, but most people will probably just buy this for one console and be happy with that. Okay, so let's talk about functionality between the two devices. Do they perform differently? Is there anything too crazy? To be honest with you, I'll lay it out as plain as I can. The mode has a little bit of a better user interface in my opinion. They got a few different options there that the GDEMU does not, but at the end of the day, those interfaces are pretty vanilla. You know, they're pretty plain. They're there just to help you pick a game. Just pick the game and it's back to being a normal Dreamcast at that point. So there's not too much of a difference between those interfaces. So let's talk setup. Now, I just mentioned previously that both of these devices are pretty plug and play. There's a screw over here on the GDEMU, and that's how you install it. You insert it right there, and then you use a screw to kind of screw it in place. And most of these GDEMU clones will come with these little black legs that you can use to help kind of mount that GDEMU. Now the Terra Onion mode is pretty much the same thing. The only difference is that they send you these little plastic feet with some adhesive on the bottom of it, so you can kind of mount it in your Dreamcast forever, or you can just kind of temporarily sit it in there if you want. For this gentleman, I went ahead and removed that adhesive, so it's kind of mounted in there very securely for him. But if you were one of those people that wanted to change out this mode for your different consoles, I suppose what you could do is just put your lid back on but not screw it in, and then when you're ready to pull this out, you could pull it out and change it between your consoles, but you just have to use these feet without taking that tape off. But to each their own. I don't know who would want to do that, but more power to you if you do. So on both of these devices, you have the ability to go back to the main menu with a simple button combination. So you can press all of the face buttons, A, B, X, and Y, and then press start. Now, normally on a Dreamcast that has the disk drive, that'll just take you back to the title screen of whatever game that you're playing. However, with these ODEs, that button combination will do what I just said. It'll take you back to the title screen, but if you do it again, it will bring you back to the menu of whatever optical drive emulator that you're using. So no more having to get up out of your chair to go turn the console off and then back on if you want to select another game. So that's a really nice feature that both of these devices have. So installing both of these physically into your Dreamcast is actually a really easy thing to do. It's like putting Legos together, man, and if you're unsure, follow a video tutorial and just take it slow, do it step by step. I promise you, a 10-year-old could do this successfully. Now let's talk about the software side of setting up both of these devices here. So the GDEMU is kind of a pain in the butt to set up. It used to be that you would have to take your game and put it into a folder, and you'd have to number that folder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it would go on depending on how many games you wanted installed on your SD card. Now there's a program for PCs, and I'm pretty sure it's for Mac, that allows you to have a little bit more control over that. You don't have to go through that process of numbering each folder. The program does that for you. So you'll open this program and you'll pick which games you want and add them into the program, and then it does all that hard work for you. But that being said, you still have to pick each game one by one by one. And if you have over 200 games, which if you have a 256 gig SD card, then you'll be able to fit that many on that SD card. If you have over 200 games though, that's going to take you a long time. It's going to take you a really long time to do them individually. I tried to do the drag and drop method because, like I said, I had my own GDEMU, and I was thinking it would be really cool to just, I'll just save a bunch of time and just drag and drop everything that was on this SD card on my console into somebody else's console. But it didn't turn out the way I planned. And unfortunately, some of those games just weren't reading properly, which was a real pain in the butt. And so I had to manually add each one of these games onto this program to put on that SD card. So it was a little time consuming, but I just wanted to let you know what that's going to be like if you're looking into the GDEMU. Now the Terra Onion mode, on the other hand, is an extremely easy process to put games onto that SSD. It's literally drag and drop. So every folder needs to have its own name. So let's say, for example, Power Stone and Power Stone 2. You'll need to name each folder Power Stone and then Power Stone 2 and have the appropriate game files inside of each of those respected folders. And if you've got multiple consoles, then you can have multiple folders for those consoles. So for example, on the root of this SSD, you could have your PlayStation folder, your Sega Saturn folder, and your Dreamcast folder. And that's all you really need. It's extremely easy to use, a lot better to set up, a lot easier to set up than the GDEMU was. So that's a plus for the Terra Onion mode for sure. Let's talk real quick about Terra Onion. This does not belong to me. A gentleman that hired me to mess with his Dreamcast purchased this, and he gave it to me to use and install and get working for him, and it worked just fine. It's working just fine and all that good stuff. I don't have anything bad to say about Terra Onion as far as getting this installed and everything. It's not that. It's the weird thing that they make you do when you buy one of their products. So I wanted to update the firmware on this for this guy. I get onto the website. They make you sign up and make an account to use the manual as well as download firmware updates. And there's a reason for that. And I believe the main reason is because they do not want you to sell this secondhand. If you purchase this, you have to make an account that's locked to your email address and to your information. So if you sold this, this device is locked to you pretty much. So that's a real pain in the ass if you're trying to sell something from Terra Onion. Now I've got another device from them. It's the Super HD System 3 that you can use on your TurboGrafx/PC Engine consoles, and I had to do the same thing. I had to register and make an account. So that's kind of screwy. I'm not a big fan of that because there's no telling that you're going to want to keep this for the rest of your life, and it's still valuable. These things are not cheap. They're kind of expensive. So I'm not a big fan of that. This isn't mine, but I still had to configure it for somebody that did not want to do it themselves. So that was kind of awkward, me reaching out to him and saying, hey, so here's a thing. Terra Onion makes you sign up for this stuff. So what do you want to do? Do you want to make the account yourself and then send me the stuff that I need to make this work? Or do you want me to add it to my account? And, this is easy to do. All of this stuff, it's not too crazy. It's pretty easy to do. But he just didn't want to mess with it. He was totally fine with paying me to do it for him. And the same thing applied when I reached out to him about this Terra Onion website stuff. He said, yeah, just go ahead and do it. But, the mode has been around for long enough that even if there was a firmware update in the next month or so, it would probably not be super significant for this guy who just wants to play Sega Dreamcast games using an optical drive emulator. Now, the GDEMU, as far as firmware updates, you're kind of screwed on that. So this version right here, I'll get up close and personal so you can see. This is the GDEMU version 5.20.5, and you can see the September 2023 date on there. As far as I know, as of the making of this video, that is the current GDEMU. I actually have an older version. I have the 5.15 point whatever version. Now there's a few differences between the two. It's really nothing major. It's my understanding that if you tried to do a firmware update on this device, because it's not legitimate, it's a knockoff from China, you could potentially brick the device. So firmware updates are a no-go on the GDEMU unless you have the real deal, which most people at this point do not, because it's extremely rare and ungodly expensive. Now, speaking of ungodly expensive, that brings me to my next point. Now that we've learned more about these two devices here, how much are they? Well, the GDEMU, depending on where you get it from, you can get this on Amazon believe it or not. Or you can go the AliExpress route. I've seen them sell recently, and you'll have to check the date of this video because it might have changed quite a bit since then, but they're about $80 to $90. And if you want like a plastic enclosure that will cover this up, when you pop the lid to your Dreamcast, it'll look more complete, I guess. And it's easier to access the SD card. That'll be a little more. I don't think you would ever pay over $200 for a GDEMU setup like this, you know. Back when I got my first one, I think I paid like 120 bucks for everything, and it did have the plastic enclosure. So there's that. Do you need that stuff? Absolutely not. The GDEMU is actually pretty affordable. I think you can probably get a decent setup with the SD card and all that stuff for less than 150 bucks, which is actually really nice. These clones used to be super cheap. A few years ago they were like 40 bucks, but now unfortunately you won't be able to get them for that cheap after what happened in 2020 and the chip shortage and all that good stuff. So now let's talk about our best buddy, the Terra Onion mode over here. This device will run you just over $200 for the device itself, and that is not counting however much this gentleman spent on this Samsung 1TB SSD. And I have to look it up, to be honest with you, because I have no idea. That's a lot of money, and I understand that their selling point is that, you know, we've put a lot of time and effort and work into this device to make it highly configurable for 3 completely different consoles. That's really cool, and it's nice that you can go to one place to get an ODE for your 3 different consoles: PlayStation, Sega Saturn, and Sega Dreamcast. That's really cool if you're just wanting something for your Sega Dreamcast. What if you don't have any of those other consoles? You know, if I got this for myself, I probably would just use it in one console, because I would never want to open this thing up. Like I said, I've just sold a bunch of Sega Dreamcasts and I worked on a bunch of them. I'm so tired of having to unscrew the lid and take it off. You know, that seems like a nightmare. And you don't want to leave your lid just on, because what if it falls to the ground or something? Anything could happen. And then your console will be bare, open, and its guts exposed, and that's just an accident waiting to happen. You want those screws in there for a reason. I don't know, man. I guess we should come to the end of this video at this point. I think I definitely would go GDEMU over the mode. Like I said, the interfaces, although this one's a little bit nicer, and you could tell it's got more going on for it over there, the GDEMU is a better bang for your buck, in my opinion. Now you're probably asking yourself, there's an SSD in here, solid state drive, and that should automatically equate to speed. Do the games load any faster because you've got an SSD versus reading off of an SD card? From what I've seen, not really. If there is a difference, we're talking a few seconds. It's nothing like, there's not a lot of crazy loading on the Dreamcast like there was on the Saturn and on the original PlayStation. And I can't speak for the PlayStation or the Saturn regarding the mode, because I've never used it in those consoles before. It's up to you, man. I would really encourage you, if you have any experience with any of these devices, to start a discussion in the comment section below. And I'm sure I missed a little bit of information, and if I did, please feel free to correct me in the comment section below, and let's start a discussion about this. And I would like to see who prefers the mode and who prefers the GDEMU, and most importantly, why. If you have any advice for anyone that's looking to get into this kind of thing themselves, feel free to share that as well. I just wanted to make this video because as of right now, I've got both of these devices right in front of me. I'm taking this to this gentleman tomorrow. So that's going to about do it. You know, if you're a fan of the Sega Dreamcast, you're in the right spot. I've got several videos about the Sega Dreamcast, and even more coming on my YouTube channel. It's my favorite console of all time, and it just fascinates me what Sega did at that particular time in history. And I can't wait to make more videos about this thing. So feel free to subscribe if you're into that kind of thing. I've also got a bunch of video game music played on a weird instrument called the harp guitar on my YouTube channel. I really encourage you to check that out. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll catch you guys in the next video. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, Travis Bowman here. Let's take a look at some controllers by RetroFighters specifically designed for our friend the Sega Dreamcast. Now we've got two iterations to look at today. So on the right you can see the box for the Striker DC. That's going to be the wired gamepad that they released a few years ago. And on the left we have the latest iteration, which is pretty much the same thing, but this time we've got a fully wireless controller for our Dreamcast. And if you've been a fan of the system for many years like I have, you'll realize just how big of a deal that is. It's like we get to see all our other friends like the Genesis and the Sega Saturn get all sorts of these cool wireless controllers for these systems, and the Dreamcast has just been kind of left behind. No longer. We finally have an affordable solution. So here we go. Here's our wireless version of the Striker DC for the Sega Dreamcast from RetroFighters. So everything is intact as it should be, just like on a regular Dreamcast controller. It's your Dreamcast button layout, but it's kind of a more modern design, like akin to more like an Xbox or a PlayStation style controller. It's been kind of modernized to be a little bit more comfortable for pretty much everybody. So this controller comes in a few colors. You can get the standard white. I chose to go with this really cool transparent blue color just because I've got the original Dreamcast controller to match it. And you'll notice that I put a Nintendo Switch kind of grip there on that a long time ago. I don't know why I did that, but there it is nevertheless. And they got this color pretty darn spot on. I think the RetroFighters is just a little bit darker compared to the original translucent blue for that Dreamcast controller, but still, it's really cool to have these two side by side like this. Let's go ahead and talk about what the Striker DC wireless is going to offer you. This is only for the Sega Dreamcast. You can't use this on any other consoles or on your PC or anything like that. We've got the Hall effect analog stick, so you don't have to worry about drifting in the future. It comes with the VMU dock, which we're about to take a close look at. It's using 2.4 gigahertz wireless technology for that low latency, so we're not dealing with Bluetooth. We're trying to get the best latency we possibly can for our Dreamcast. You can go up to 30 feet away from your Dreamcast. It's nice that you've got some wiggle room there. Got wireless vibration. You can update the firmware on both the controller and the dongle. They claim to have a very comfortable and accurate D-pad. You've got some turbo functionality and USB-C rechargeable battery that will last you 10 hours. I'm just super excited that we finally have an option for something like this, because before this you could get a Bluetooth wireless Dreamcast controller, but it was extremely expensive and it was the real deal. Somebody got a bunch of Dreamcast controllers, legitimate ones, and kind of turned them into a Bluetooth wireless solution, and that's really cool, and I would love to have one of those, but the problem is that controller is super expensive, man. I don't know how much it is right now. I remember it being close to 200 bucks, and I like the Dreamcast, but I just can't justify spending that much for a wireless controller. But that's where the Striker DC comes in. So let's talk about how this thing feels in your hands. It feels actually pretty darn good, to be honest. It's a really nice controller. It's got a decent weight to it. It's not super light, but it's not super heavy either. And a big thing that people are going to notice is the lack of the VMU. You can't put a VMU in this controller, and that's where this dongle comes into play. So here's the dongle that comes with your RetroFighters controller, and you just plug it into your Dreamcast like so, just like normal. You can only have one VMU in it at a time, which is kind of a bummer, but I understand why they did that. Now this has a USB-C port right there as well, so you can update the firmware on both the dongle and the controller. By the way, controller's got a USB-C for charging. As far as pairing these things up, I've never had any issues thus far. It's actually pretty darn simple. You just plug this guy in just like you normally would, and then you've got a pair button back here. If you're having issues, just click that pair button, and you can do the same thing with the VMU dongle with this button right there, and it pairs right up. I've never had an issue where it just wouldn't pair, which, you know, that is to be expected because these things are designed to communicate with only each other. as far as the buttons are concerned, RetroFighters has an interesting clickiness to them that I've noticed over the years. I've bought quite a few of their controllers for different systems at this point. So you'll hear the click, and then the click when you release the button. So it's like a double click type situation. These buttons are quite clicky, and I'm sure you can hear that. I'll try to get a little closer. I'm just mashing these buttons. And the start button. So they are a little noisy. The stick is great. I really do love the stick, and I find it kind of, I don't know, satisfying that this actually clicks in, just like your other controllers of the modern era, like your Xbox and PlayStation. It doesn't do anything. You can't like map it to anything, but I don't know. I just like the fact that it clicks in. Now you've got your turbo toggle over here, as well as your clear if you want to get rid of that turbo in your start button. So the Dreamcast controller had only 2 triggers. They've kind of done an interesting thing with this controller because you've got the triggers and you've got buttons. So both of these do the same thing on your Dreamcast. It's just the R button and then the L button. But you have the option to use the triggers there, analog triggers, just like the Dreamcast, or you can just press a button, and that's pretty nice. Now that we've talked about the controller, we can talk about something that I've been dying to talk about, and I hope you guys will join me on this. I really appreciate what RetroFighters has done here. This is an amazing thing for our Sega Dreamcast, and it's just so nice to have a wireless controller that's affordable. So I'm really appreciative of RetroFighters for that. However, the big elephant in the room, the name RetroFighters implies that they are big fans of fighting games. Look how much room there is right here. You see, when I'm holding this, my thumb naturally wants to kind of rest right here. So I think you guys might know what I'm getting at, and that is, why would you not make this a 6-button layout right here? There is plenty of room right there for an extra set of buttons. And of course I'm talking about the games on the Sega Dreamcast that were arcade perfect 2D fighting games. There's so many of them. Namely, this guy right here, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and you have Street Fighter Alpha 3, all the Street Fighter games. There's so many great fighting games that could utilize that classic Sega 3-button arcade layout, and I just hate that this controller doesn't have that. I don't know about you guys, but I am not the biggest fan of using the triggers, even if they are buttons. You know, I'm not a Super Nintendo guy. I'm a Sega Genesis 6-button controller guy, you know, and I just wish they would have done that. But, you know, the Dreamcast controller, if we take a look at that for just a minute, it's not perfect. It never was. You know, it's an incredibly innovative design for the time. It's a beautiful controller, and I love the spaceship design. A lot of people hate it because of the way that it's laid out back here, and people love to complain about the fact that you have to do this, you know, your cable's on the wrong side of the controller. Well, of course it is. That's where your VMUs go, you know. If you add somewhere, you got to subtract from somewhere, but this controller was never perfect. It should have been a 6-button design, in my opinion. Yes, it's nice to have these analog triggers and everything, but for fighting games, not so much. And the D-pad, I don't know why they chose to go with this D-pad instead of trying to replicate some of their earlier controllers, such as the Sega Genesis and the Sega Saturn pad, arguably one of the best 2D controllers of all time. The D-pad here, it's okay. It works for most things. I wouldn't say this is a great D-pad for your fighting games necessarily. I find it kind of difficult to do these quarter circles for these Hadoukens and whatnot that you might do with this controller. It's a little stiff, and we can see right here, I'm pressing down dead center right there, and I can press that whole thing in and rotate it like so. I'm not trying to hate on this controller. Don't get me wrong. I really, really like it. It's just perfect for certain games. Like, for example, Jet Grind Radio here. It's a great game that utilizes the analog stick. And that's the thing about the Sega Dreamcast. Some of the games utilize the analog stick, and some of them utilize the D-pad more. So for a game like Jet Grind Radio, it's absolutely perfect. For a game like Phantasy Star Online, it's really, really good. Now, the Dreamcast only had one analog stick, while the rest of the competition consoles had two. And a lot of people kind of look down on the Dreamcast for that, but you have to remember that this machine was so awesome for these arcade ports, and for the most part you really didn't need another analog stick. So let's talk about the triggers for a second. There's a lot of distance, I feel, before we actually get to the point of clicking there, and these feel very, very thin as I'm playing with them right now. They're very easy to move. There's not a lot of resistance to them, although this is a big upgrade from their previous controller, which we're going to take a look at in a second. I do like the shoulder buttons. They have a really nice click to them, and for the most part, they work just fine. I've never had any issues with those at all. Like I said, the buttons, they're very clicky, very, very clicky. Enough that I'm going to notice it and bring it up in this video, but is it that bothersome? Not really. It's just a little clickier than some of the controllers that I've tried in the past. I know it sounds like I'm being negative about this controller, but I really do enjoy it. I consider myself to be a Dreamcast enthusiast, and this is pretty much going to be my Dreamcast controller from here on out, just because of the convenience of it. It still works just like a Dreamcast controller would. It's just a little different, a little modernized, and that's totally fine. I really, really enjoy it for the games on the Dreamcast, except for those 2D fighting games. And you know, that's the thing about the Dreamcast. There's so many different games, and they covered so much ground with all of these different styles of gameplay. When you look at the 2D fighters, the controllers just weren't optimized for both. It's like they couldn't figure it out at the time. Do we want this to be a 3D controller, or do we want it to be a 2D controller? And I just wish that they went with something a little more Sega Saturn oriented. So RetroFighters, if you're watching this, thank you so much for making this controller. If I were to give you constructive criticism, I would say let's make the D-pad a little bit more Sega Saturn-like, and let's add these two buttons right here. You can map them to the triggers if you want, but give us the option, please. Alright, so let's have a look-see at the original RetroFighters controller. I've used the crap out of this controller, but be warned, I'm about to show you this and you might not like what you see. Okay, so here's my RetroFighters controller. It looks a little rough at this point. It's particularly the stick right here. You can see it's yellowed, and this controller is not really that old. I got it a couple of years ago. Now, when I store my controllers, I typically put it in a big Ziploc bag, and I'll store them away to keep all the dust and dirt and grime from getting to them. My problem was I had this controller sitting in a spot where the sun was coming through the window, and you can see this used to be white, but now it's quite yellowed. I haven't been using this controller very much. The only reason I brought it out was to show you guys and do a review of it with the wireless version here. So the stick on the wireless version is a little bit better than this guy over here, and you can still click this in, not that it matters, but I just feel like the other stick feels a little better, and it's a little bit more sturdy of a stick, I would say. The D-pad moves a lot more on this controller than it does on the other one. I don't know if I just haven't broken the other one in as much, but of course on this RetroFighters controller here, it is wired, and that's how they decided to combat this problem of having the wire come out on the bottom of the controller. They decided to kind of put it back there, which is a nice touch. You can have two VMUs in this controller. Now, I really did not like this controller when I first got it, and it's still not one of my favorites, and I'll tell you why. The plastic feels just a little brittle almost, you know? If I dropped this hard enough, it would probably break. That's how I feel with it. It's nothing too absurd, I don't think. I don't think it's gonna break just by me using it. But that being said, these triggers are an issue for me. The buttons up here are very clicky, and they feel just fine. But my problem is this. these triggers tend to want to pop out, and you can see it's happened on both of them, and I believe this one has broken on the left side. If you listen, you can really hear something kind of rattling around inside. And I know you're looking at this and thinking that I just don't take care of my controllers. I promise you that's not the case. Like I said, I put them in a Ziploc bag, and when this broke and this trigger kind of came apart like this, and you can kind of see on camera this little piece in there, it must have broken off. I take very good care of my controllers, and this just kind of happened one day. And that's why I haven't used it, because I just, it kind of rubbed me the wrong way that it broke. But all credit to RetroFighters, they have really made some gigantic improvements with this controller. To address the issues that I had with this one, this plastic does not feel brittle at all. It feels like a very robust controller in comparison. The clickiness of the buttons is still there. And the clickiness of the shoulder buttons is there. It's a lot clickier on the wired version here. But overall, this is a better controller in my opinion. It was really cool to get this. I was really a big fan of them putting a new Dreamcast controller out. And I really do like RetroFighters. They've got a lot of really cool controllers for various systems. I just don't believe that their Dreamcast controllers are some of the best that they have to offer, and that's totally fine. The wireless controller is obviously the best choice between the two for a multitude of different reasons. RetroFighters, their goal is to make a controller that's a more modernized version of what we've grown up with and grown to love. But I think what's going on is that this is a good representation of the Dreamcast controller, because on the original, the D-pad's not the best, but it's definitely usable. It's not that great to have these triggers back here when in reality pretty much everybody wanted a 6-button layout. The same can be said about this controller. The D-pad is not my favorite. It's definitely doable. I can accomplish all sorts of things in Street Fighter, but it's just not that Sega D-pad that I wish it was. Okay, so let's talk about this dongle here. So let me unplug it from the Dreamcast real quick. This is what we're looking at. It's actually a pretty cool design, and I understand why they went this route. It's because either it would take a lot of battery life to have a VMU inside of the controller, it would add too much weight to have the battery in here. And we've got these rubber pads here, so when you sit it on your desk, it doesn't really want to move so much, which is good. And when you plug it in your Dreamcast, it sits right there on your table, and it looks just fine. The issue that I'm having with it personally is that I've got a lot of consoles. I've got 2 Dreamcasts hooked up in my house. One in my office and another in my living room where I've got all my other consoles hooked up. They're all on wire racks. So I don't have a lot of room to put this dongle on, and it's designed to be sitting on a surface. And I have experimented with dangling the dongle. It's a pretty sturdy cable. I wouldn't recommend doing this. Honestly, when I am playing the Dreamcast with this controller, I'll just flip this VMU holder up here and I'll sit it on top of the Dreamcast like so. And it's not the most aesthetically pleasing thing, but it's functional. Honestly, RetroFighters makes really good stuff. Like I said, I just feel like the Dreamcast is not their best work, and that's totally fine. Some of my favorites are the N64 controller, the Brawler 64. I'm a really big fan of that controller. I did a review of that a while back. I also have the Xbox Hunter controller that I'm going to be reviewing next. I love that controller, man. That's probably one of my favorite controllers that I've ever used in quite some time, and I'm really excited to do the review video for that. Now, if you want to go wired, this isn't necessarily a bad choice. Like I said, I'm kind of bummed that the triggers kind of broke on me a little bit, and I'm not the only person that had this issue. The reason that this controller was initially very attractive to me is the fact that, yeah, it's got a 10-foot cord, which is really nice, but I liked the placement of the stick and the modern feel of this controller, and that's mainly because I was super into Phantasy Star Online. You can still play that game online even today. And I was using the original Dreamcast controller. In that game, there was a lot of walking, a lot of moving around, and you'll spend a lot of time pressing up on the analog stick. This is me holding up for a long period of time. This really kind of hurt my thumb a little bit doing this on that controller for so long, and so that's why I wanted to try this controller in the first place. And it was a $50 controller at the time, I believe, so I figured, yeah, why not? And this is a much better alternative in my opinion. It's hard for me to show on camera, but it does feel a little bit better to move forward on a stick in this position. So I really want to thank my friends at Stone Age Gamer for sending me this RetroFighters Striker DC for review. I really appreciate that. This marks the first time that an American company has sent me some retro video game stuff for review, and I really appreciate that. It's super cool. I've been buying stuff from Stone Age Gamer for a very long time. Got a lot of respect for them. They're really cool guys. Now, I bought this RetroFighters controller over here, this wired one. I bought it myself years ago, but they did send me this wireless one for review, and I'm really appreciative of that. I just wanted to make this video so you can see what it would be like to have a RetroFighters Striker DC, whether it's the wired one or the wireless one, to give you an idea of what it would be like if you owned one. So let me know what you guys think about these two controllers. Have you ever used them before? Do you have a preference on which one you'd like to get? Please let me know the answers to all those questions in the comment section below. Thanks for subscribing, and I'll catch you guys at the next video. Thanks very much. Bye-bye. Hey there everybody, Travis Bowman here. I'm a fingerstyle guitar player and retro video game nerd. We've got a brand new Dreamcast controller for the first time in quite a while, and this one's really special because it's designed to be used as a 6-button controller, mainly for fighting games, but I think you'll find that it's a lot more than that. It's a 6-button fighting style gamepad with some really cool micro switchy style buttons. It's compatible with your Sega Dreamcast, the Nintendo Switch, or your PC. It's got 2.4 gigahertz low latency connections with USB or the retro receiver designed for the Dreamcast. You get a multifunction D-pad, and we'll talk about that in a second. It supports the CZ button configuration, which basically means that it's going to mirror the L and R buttons with those C and Z buttons. It's compatible with the original VMUs, the 4X memory card, and it's even compatible with some later third-party VMUs. And it's got some motors built in for your rumble. So here we are. Here's the D6, which of course stands for Dreamcast 6-button controller. And I'll get you some shots so you can really see what this guy looks like up close. I chose the black version. You can get the white one if you so desire. The reason that I wanted the black one is because I've got the black Sega Sports Dreamcast, and I thought that would look really nicely with it, and of course it does. We've been wanting something like this for a long time, myself and others in the Dreamcast community who are really big fans of the console, because the Dreamcast is such a wonderful system for fighting games. So how does it feel in the hands? It feels incredible, man. Like, it's a really nice controller, and it feels really good. I love the teeny tiny, almost like little baby mouse clicks that you hear, little micro switchy buttons. All of the buttons have that except for the shoulder buttons, and even the D-pad has a little bit of some clickiness. Now, I was not sent this for review. I bought this with my own money. I pre-ordered it a long time ago when I saw that it was announced, because I am really interested in stuff like this. The Dreamcast is such an underrated system for all its games, but really fighting games. There's a lot of really great fighting games on that system, but we don't have a proper controller to utilize that. The original Dreamcast controller is awesome for your 3D style games, but for fighting games, that D-pad just isn't gonna cut it. So before we had this, we were lucky enough to get this controller from RetroFighters as well, which, you know, this controller's not bad. It's really not bad, but the D-pad leaves a lot to be desired for stuff like this. So I think
this D6 is their answer to that controller. We should really talk about where this came from. This design is not anything new. We need to talk about the Japanese exclusive ASCII pad, FT, which was designed to be used with your Sega Dreamcast. And I know you're looking at this and thinking, wow, that actually looks really awesome. It sucks. This controller is awful. It's fetching a lot of money these days, upwards of $100, depending on which color or which version that you want. This controller looks awesome, and I know it's tempting. I know it's tempting to get this, but it's the D-pad, my friend. The D-pad will make or break a controller, in my opinion, and this one is abysmal. I actually took this thing apart, and I saw that somebody who previously owned this in Japan likely broke it even further. This D-pad is a just jumbled mess that's very uneven, and it's just not a good design at all. You can press that D-pad down right there in the center, and it's very, very bad for fighting games because it's just not accurate at all. You never know if you're actually doing the input that you really want, which really sucks. Anytime I'm going to review a controller, I try to stay away from other people's reviews on YouTube because I want these opinions to completely be my own. But for some reason, I don't know if it was just the anticipation, but I watched Sega Lord X's video on it. He did a very short video reviewing this, and he claims that the D-pad is not great. And he's having trouble doing his inputs on fighting games like Street Fighter Alpha 3, and that's one of my favorite fighting games on the Dreamcast too. So I was really disappointed to hear that he wasn't the biggest fan of this because he was having trouble with his inputs not working. And I trust his opinions for the most part. He's been doing this for a long time. He's very well respected in the community, and he's a big fan of fighting games. So I knew that this was something that he would review at some point or another. However, I think he probably got it wrong. I'm going to go ahead and say that. He himself stated that, there's probably a little bit of a learning curve with this, and I would definitely say so, yes. On this controller, there's definitely a learning curve. So what I'm talking about is that when you press in the D-pad, it's very much like a Neo Geo CD pad. That thing, it's got a joystick that has the micro switches. Imagine that if it was just a D-pad instead of the analog stick, the joystick, whatever you want to call it. This controller is kind of like that, just with a D-pad. So it takes a little bit of getting used to because, we're used to D-pads having a little bit of a travel distance before we hit that right input or that left input. This one really doesn't, man. It's a very, very quick to the click sort of situation to where you are over pressing to try to compensate for what we're used to with these D-pads, but this one, it's just right there. It is right there. It's a really, really strange sensation, and it does take a little bit of getting used to. So other than being able to have your 6 buttons on the face there for your fighting games, you have a couple of extra features with this. Previously stated, we've got this dongle for your VMU, because unlike the ASCII pad where your VMU goes inside of the controller, this guy doesn't. You don't have any room on the actual controller to put your VMU, so there you have this dongle. They've done this before with the previous controller that I mentioned a second ago. It's really short, sweet, and to the point. You just plug it in and you pair the controller to the dongle using the button on the dongle itself. It stays paired up. I've never had any issues of it just not syncing whenever I start the console, and the same goes for this dongle as well as the previous one. That's pretty self-explanatory. A lot of people don't like that because the VMU is meant to be in your face. It's meant to be into the controller so you can look down at it. But truth be told, only a few Dreamcast games really took advantage of that feature where you can interact with the game and look down at the screen and it gives you information pertaining to that game. So in addition to being a 6-button controller, you have some extra features on the controller itself. You can pair this up with your PC. You can also use it on your Nintendo Switch, which, truth be told, I really don't care about. The interesting thing I do want to talk about is on the bottom of the controller, you have 3 toggleable switches down here. And you've got your D-pad, your left stick, or your right stick, which is really strange. I can't think of an example of when you would need to use the right stick, especially for the Dreamcast, considering that the Dreamcast never had one of those. But it is really interesting to go back and forth between your D-pad and your analog stick, particularly in fighting games that allow you to use either one. So what's really interesting about this is Soul Calibur. You can flip this guy over to act as the left stick. You can make it to where the D-pad thinks it is the left stick. So that's really interesting for both that game and Dead or Alive 2, being able to do that 8-way run mechanic, moving around your opponent and getting behind them, that sort of thing. I really enjoyed doing that with this D-pad for some reason. You know, turning that left stick option on and using it like a left stick. So, you know, it's really kind of crazy how that works. I'm curious about the technology to make that happen because, you know, there are some games on the Dreamcast that either use the D-pad or the stick and they won't let you use both. But with this controller, you won't have to worry about it. You know, this one, obviously, if it uses the analog stick only, you're out of luck. You know, you have to use it with just a D-pad controller scheme, but this one lets you eliminate that problem, so to speak. So the buttons feel really nice, the triggers feel really nice. This is really a big step up from what we've seen from RetroFighters. The biggest negative I would say about RetroFighters in general is that some of their earlier controllers used really thin plastic. Particularly the first RetroFighters Dreamcast controller, not the wireless one, but the one preceding this, was not a very good quality plastic, and the shoulder buttons would break. I've done a video about that before if you want to check that out, where I'm comparing this wireless controller with the wired one. The wireless one beats it for sure. But this controller is really, really, really nice. It's very hard plastic. It does not feel cheap at all. It feels very robust. This is a premium high quality controller for sure, and for 50 bucks, it better be. You know, RetroFighters has come a long way in their quality of their controllers, and I think this is a good example of that. Now, to address the issue that Sega Lord X was talking about in his video as far as the inputs not registering, I don't think it's that the controller's a piece of crap and it just doesn't register inputs. I think it's much different than we've ever seen before in a controller. This D-pad is so wildly different that it will take you quite some time to get used to it. And the best way I can describe it is to first compare it to the arcade stick, or an arcade stick in general, okay? So the arcade sticks really act as though they're a directional pad. You know, with this stick right here, you go left and right and up and down, and it's kind of hitting those inputs like a directional pad would. Only you have a lot more control. You can be really precise with those analog sticks. The same sort of situation can be said with the Neo Geo CD pad. That's a great controller, and it has a little bit of travel distance on that thumbstick before you reach your input. This one's exactly the opposite. There's so little travel distance on this guy, which I find fascinating. So if the Neo Geo CD pad is like an arcade stick in the palm of your hand, I would say that this controller is more like a hitbox in the palm of your hand. Meaning, if you've ever seen a hitbox before, you know what it looks like. It's just an arcade stick, but instead of an actual stick, you have 4 buttons, like on your keyboard, up, down, left, and right, that sort of situation. And it's a really strange sensation, and I've spent a few hours with this controller non-stop trying a bunch of different games, and you're seeing some of that gameplay footage now. But this controller is kind of special, man. I don't know what it is about it. I didn't expect it to be like this. I just expected it to be a standard D-pad with no frills or anything like that, and it kind of is. But I promise you, if you give it some time, it starts to feel better. It really does. And it's very, very stiff. It's extremely stiff when you first start to use this. But after you get your hands on it for a little while and get used to the lack of travel distance, it's actually really, really good, man. And not just for fighting games, too. I played Street Fighter Alpha 3 for a while, and I started getting those Hadoukens and those tornado kicks and the dragon uppercuts, all that stuff. I started getting that a little better as I went along, but you're seeing in this footage that I'm kind of getting my ass handed to me here. That's when I first fired it up. I wanted to get gameplay footage as soon as I had my hands on this controller for the first time. I'd really like to talk about some of the 3D games that I tried with this, like Virtua Tennis 2K2, the second Virtua Tennis game on the Dreamcast. This one is one of the best tennis games of all time, in my opinion. It's so fluid and the controls are so nice, so I wanted to give this controller a shot with that game to see how it was. And it's amazing. It's really, really good. You know, I flipped the switch to be on the left stick mode, and my inputs, you know, are so precise. And I've played this game for a long time. It's a very difficult game, especially when you get to the later difficulties. It's incredibly difficult. You have to be on your toes and make split-second decisions to go either left or right to get the ball, and it's really, really fast. But I've really, really enjoyed playing it with this controller, and I feel like I'm almost a little better at the game using this controller with that left stick mode, which is really kind of crazy, man. I don't know what it is about it. I'm still getting used to the controller. I've spent, like I said, about 3 hours of playtime with this so far, and I'm really, really enjoying it. There's something about it. I don't know what it is yet. It's probably just the D-pad, you know, this micro switchy D-pad going left and right and up and down. It's really, really easy to use, but that very short travel distance will take you some getting used to. And I feel like, you know, when you hit the ball in one of those tennis games, you have to get into position, then hold A to get ready to strike the ball, and then you use the directional pad or the analog stick to tell the ball which direction you want it to go. And when I was doing that, I felt like I was like pressing extremely hard into this D-pad to get it to go right or get it to go left, you know, and it's like I didn't need to do that because of the travel distance being so short. It's really weird. It's really, really weird. The best thing I can say about this controller as far as is it going to be worth it or is it any good, it's going to be by a person basis. It just depends. You know, don't be that guy that tries it out for, you know, 2 minutes and, oh, I can't do my Hadoukens on the Street Fighter or whatever, and just send it back or anything like that. You're gonna have to give it a chance. And like I said, I've been playing with this controller for 3 hours, about 3 hours. I have noticed that it's gotten a little bit looser, just a hair, not by much, but it does feel really, really tight and responsive in a way. So don't write it off as being just a Street Fighter controller either, because I have really enjoyed using this on some 3D games. That being said, RetroFighters, this is good. I like it, but this isn't good enough. It's not good enough, and everybody is guilty of this. Every third-party controller manufacturer out there is really guilty of this. Why do we have this and this? Why? Why is it necessary to have both when we could just combine them and get the ultimate Dreamcast controller? A lot of people really, really dog on the Dreamcast for only having one analog stick and the lack of some camera controls with a secondary analog stick. And some of those people might be right. On the other hand, the games that were designed to be used with the original Dreamcast controller are fan-freaking-tastic, man. They're seamless. I can't think of many Dreamcast games that have really terrible camera controls. You know, I mean, some of them are okay. Some of them use the shoulder buttons, and some of the games has the camera kind of, you know, automatically switch a viewing angle depending on what you're doing. But it's really unnecessarily ridiculous to criticize the Dreamcast for only having one analog stick, because for the games that they had, they work great with that analog stick. This is fantastic. I like the analog stick on this controller. I've done a separate review on it, like I said before. But look at all that room right there. There's so much room for another set of buttons. Why couldn't they have just done that? I don't know. We deserve a controller that's capable of doing both on the Sega Dreamcast. The wonderful 3D games that we got on the Sega Dreamcast, as well as all the really great ports of fighting games that really deserve a 6-button layout. That is such a Sega staple. And I, to this day, have no idea why they did not continue to do that when the Dreamcast was relevant. When they launched the Dreamcast, why did they give us a controller without a proper 6-button layout? That is such an iconic Sega thing. I'm glad to have it in this controller, but it's not good enough. It's not. We deserve better than this. This is a great controller too. That's the craziest thing. It's a great controller, but we deserve an analog stick to go with it. Why can't we have something like that? I don't care how it's done. I just want it to be done right. I think I'm not alone in this, and I hope you guys will back me up in the comment section below. We really need a one-and-done solution for the Sega Dreamcast. You know, I would never play a fighting game, a 2D fighting game with this controller. I'm sorry, but I cannot stand, even with the shoulder buttons, it's no replacement. I was never a Super Nintendo guy. I was always a Sega Genesis guy. We need to keep it in the family, keep it with a 6-button controller. This is a great controller, and I would really reckon that you should give it a try before writing it off and listening to people talk bad about it, because it's different. I didn't expect it to be like this either, and I was kind of thrown off by it when I first tried it with a couple of 2D fighting games, but once I broadened my horizons a little bit and tried it with a bunch of different games, I would really like to continue playing this controller with the Sega Dreamcast, and I'm definitely going to. It's a nice wireless solution. It's much better than this ASCII pad piece of crap, and it's a lot more convenient than having to bust out the arcade stick and deal with this controller cable going across the room, worrying about my cats trying to eat it, you know, that sort of thing. A wireless solution for your fighting games and then some. That's what this controller is good for. So I'd love to know what you guys think about it. Let me know in the comment section below. Are you thinking about picking this controller up? And if so, let me know what you think about it once you get it. I'm really curious to start a discussion in the comment section below. We need to talk about this controller and get it out there and show it to a lot of people, because it's pretty darn good. And like I said, I've received stuff for free from RetroFighters before for review purposes. And that's great, and I really appreciate those guys, but I pre-ordered this guy because this is the kind of stuff that I want to get behind. I want to support this stuff. But it's not good enough. Where is my analog stick to go with this? It's so easy. It's so easy. Just make the controller a little bit bigger and put an analog stick on there. Why is this taking so long? You know, Retrobit was supposed to do something like this. We have yet to hear anything in the last couple years or so. We deserve this. The Dreamcast community needs to rise up and demand this stuff. It's supply and demand. If they can make stuff like this and make stuff like this, there's no reason that they can't slap them together. I'm really curious to know what you guys think about that too. Thanks very much for watching this video. Thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate that. I've got a lot more videos just like this covering all sorts of things, Sega and controllers and third-party stuff. I really hope you guys check that out while you're here. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll catch you guys in the next video. Bye-bye.
Hey everybody, Travis Bowman here. We've got some 3D printed accessories for your Sega Dreamcast VMU, which is also known as the visual memory unit. Basically, it's the memory card for your Sega Dreamcast. We've got two different things to show you today, and let's start with what's on my right over here. Alright, so both of these accessories that you're going to see today are printed by my friend Billy. Now, he's got his own Etsy store, so if any of this interests you, you can check that out. He's also got a bunch of other retro video game related 3D printed stuff that's really designed to be useful. He's not one of those guys that has a 3D printer and prints things just because they look cute on your desk. Everything that he prints pretty much has a very specific purpose, and that's what I really like about Billy. This is a 3D printed VMU holder. So we've got 10 slots here for 10 VMUs, and I don't have that many to fill it on up, but this is a really useful thing. And if you are a Dreamcast collector like myself and you've got a bunch of VMUs that are probably going to be laying out on a table somewhere, this might actually help you out. This is the very first design that he printed here, but knowing Billy, he's not satisfied with just having one option here. And you know, it's one color. We've got the little VMU that's printed on the front, and that's really cool. It adds a little bit of charm, I guess, but he wanted to go the extra step. So he asked me, he said, do you have any ideas for this 3D printed thing, and what would you like to see added to it? Well, number one, more colors, specifically those to match the two styles of Dreamcast in North America. Your basic white, and then of course the Sega Sports Edition black. So he went ahead and printed that out. Now the real big thing that I wanted to see added was the numbers. So you've got numbered slots right here on either side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. The reason for that is if you have multiple VMUs, that means you probably have a ton of saves all across all these different VMUs, and to be honest, that can be a very difficult thing to keep up with. If you've got a Sega Dreamcast GDEMU or MODE, any optical drive emulator, you'll have access to a bunch of games, and some of those games will save as soon as you start the game, and you really don't have a choice. It's nice to have multiple VMUs, but it's also nice to be a little bit organized, and I tried that on my own. For example, on this VMU, this is my Phantasy Star Online save right here. It's a very valuable thing. I've put a ton of hours into this game. So as you can see, I put some tape on the back of this just to let myself know, hey, this is the VMU that's got this main save file on there that I really don't want to lose and that I really need to be keeping. I've also got other stuff on here, but you wouldn't know because I don't have enough room to write all this out. So let's say I'm going to put this guy in the first slot, and then I can get my phone and get into the notes and start organizing this stuff. So that way I know that this number one slot, this VMU right here, has my Phantasy Star Online save. Maybe it has a save from Toy Commander and Jet Grind Radio and stuff like that. Okay, so there's that VMU in that slot. And then slot 2, what do we have here? There's my other Phantasy Star Online account. Okay, fine. That's in slot 2. You see what I'm getting at here? It's a really wonderful way of displaying your VMU collection while also keeping track of your saves and figuring out where is everything at. So if you were going to sit down and jump into a Dreamcast game, you can just quickly look at your phone. Okay, I'm looking for this specific game. Which VMU do I need? Okay, it's this black one right here in slot 3. Or it's the Mega Memory Card in slot 4. And on that memory card, it's notch 2 or 3 or whichever one. It doesn't matter. You get my point. You can see how this could be useful. And it really doesn't take up a lot of space. It's just a little teeny tiny square. Billy kind of went the extra step, and he came up with this really cool purple design. So that's there if you were interested in that. Really, he kind of hit it home with this final design. You can see it right there. It's the same thing as your black and white, but this time he actually integrated the Dreamcast logo in orange as well as the numbers in that Dreamcast orange. Now these are not painted. These are actually a part of the 3D printed design, which is really, really cool. And I'm super excited about this because, you know, although this looks great, it's fine. It's miles above this, though. I'll tell you that much. It really looks like a professional design with all of these numbers. Everything is 3D printed together, and you can get it in the black or the typical Dreamcast white. It's whatever color you so desire. Now, I myself really like the black because I recently got a Sega Sports Edition Dreamcast. I'm pretty sure I'm going to keep this one right here. So let's go to part 2 of this video where we're going to showcase this cool little thing. Now what we have here is a 3D printed battery pack designed just for the VMU. Back in the day, they actually have batteries inside of them. They're these little coin batteries that you can get into with this door. That works really nice and well, but the problem is they drain like a bathtub, man. They don't last very long at all. You don't necessarily need them to use them inside of your Dreamcast controller, but if you do want to play some of the little mini games, you're going to be out of luck depending on those batteries. They're not reliable. Like I said, they drain like a tub. So this is a design by a gentleman named Jeff Chin, and he came up with this 3D printed design here that actually runs on a couple AAA batteries up in here. So that is going to give you a lot longer of a battery life if you want to access your VMU. There's that beep, that wonderful Dreamcast beep, and here we have access to our visual memory unit. We can go to mode, and we can change the time and all that good stuff, and we can play some mini games. I haven't even begun to jump into the mini games with this thing yet, but now that we've got this 3D printed battery pack, I'm excited to do so. So this is the very first print that Billy did, but knowing him, he's not satisfied with that, and he wants to give us some options, and that's exactly what he has done here. There is the white Sega Dreamcast. This 3D print involves some soldering, of course, in order to get access to the batteries that you're going to have in here. He can offer that as a service for you. He can 3D print it and wire it up for you, or if you want, he can send you everything as a kit for you to do it yourself. I just love how that logo is popping out of there a little bit, and he kind of went the extra step and did that really nice Dreamcast swirl in that orange. Now here's the black Dreamcast version with the Sega swirl. I really love the way that this looks, man. It looks really, really nice, but this one hasn't been wired up yet. He just gave it to me so I could show off the color. But this is kind of what you'll get if you want to get this separate. You could put this together with some screws, but you'll have to wire this up and do some soldering if you want to do that yourself. And if that's not your thing, like I said, Billy can go ahead and do it for you. So there we have it. There's some 3D printed accessories designed specifically for the Sega Dreamcast VMU. You can find all of this stuff on my buddy Billy's Etsy store, which of course I will link in the description below for you guys to check out. What I really like about Billy is that he 3D prints things that are useful. It's not just something to just, you know, look cool on your desk or a little trinket or something like that. He's not interested in that so much as he is making things that can be useful. Do you guys see yourself using some of this stuff in the future? Please do let me know in the comment section below. Thanks very much for watching. Thanks for subscribing, and I'll catch you guys at the next video. Thanks very much. Bye-bye. Travis Bowman here. I'm a fingerstyle guitar player and retro video game nerd, and quite frankly, a very big Dreamcast fan. So this is going to be a very short video, but I just happened to stumble upon a brand new sealed Dreamcast game, and it was for a very good price. I paid $30 for it, which for a new sealed Dreamcast game is actually pretty good. And now it's not a heavy hitter by any means, but it is a pretty good game, and it's still kind of shocking to see it sealed, and that of course is Space Channel 5 for the Sega Dreamcast. At this particular time, I've seen quite a bit of Space Channel 5 copies that are still sealed out there, so it's not like this is a super rare thing or anything like that. Quite the contrary, but still, it's a Dreamcast game that still is factory sealed, so I'm going to open this thing. A factory sealed game does me no good. I don't care about the value of it over time or anything like that. If I buy a game, I buy it to play it. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to open this up. I just figured I'd document this because this may be my last time to ever open a brand new Dreamcast game. So let's open this sucker. Here you go. You want that? Brand new Dreamcast game opened. Let's open this up for the first time. There it is. Pretty much every Dreamcast game came with this play to win thing right there. It doesn't get any crispier than that, ladies and gentlemen. Taking the disc out for the first time. Shiny, shiny, no scratches, of course. The Dreamcast is a super, super special console for me. It's one that I grew up with. It's Sega's last console. So to be able to do this is kind of emotional, to be honest. Now, Space Channel 5 is an interesting game because it's got the manual, but you still have the cover art there. It's going to be probably very difficult to see on camera, but it's one of those where it kind of changes depending on where you're looking. Let me see if I can pull this out of here, actually. See how she's kind of moving a little bit? It's going to be difficult to get in the light. But anyway, yeah, I know this isn't anything special like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 or Cannon Spike or any of the other Dreamcast games that are exceptionally rare these days, but still, it's a brand new Dreamcast game, and now it's open, and I'm going to go play this sucker right now. I really appreciate you guys watching this video. Thanks for checking out my channel and for subscribing. Let me know, when's the last time you opened a brand new Dreamcast game? Leave that plastic alone. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you at the next video. Thanks very much. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, Travis Bowman here. I'm a fingerstyle guitar player and retro video game nerd. The Sega Dreamcast is one of my favorite consoles of all time, and a lot of people don't remember that it was one of the first consoles to truly embrace online gameplay. Admittedly, we didn't have a ton of online gameplay for the Dreamcast back in its day, but we did get a few first-person shooters as well as one of the best MMORPGs of all time. Playing the Sega Dreamcast online in its day will forever be one of my greatest gaming memories, but it doesn't have to be a memory of the past. With modern technology, we can still get our Sega Dreamcast back online. Okay, so what is the DreamPi? It's a device that you can purchase for a decent price that will allow you to connect your Sega Dreamcast back online to the internet. You have an option of using an Ethernet cable, or you could go the Wi-Fi route. If you really think about it, that's actually a really phenomenal achievement. I mean, we're talking about the Sega Dreamcast, which is nearly a 30-year-old console, and we can still get it back online with Wi-Fi. That's pretty insane. We've got a 3-piece kit that will allow us to accomplish this. First things first, we're going to need a Raspberry Pi, and we're also going to need a USB modem and a phone line. And that's it. I'm not going to pretend to know exactly how this thing works and the in and outs of all this, but what I can tell you is that it's actually pretty easy to understand and set up, especially if you walk through the guide that will show you every step that you need to take to make this possible. The name DreamPi is a play on words of Dreamcast and Raspberry Pi. It's the Raspberry Pi with the DreamPi software on it that allows us to connect to the internet again. You could think of it like this. The Raspberry Pi gets the information from your Wi-Fi network, and then it translates it so your Dreamcast can understand it with this USB modem that goes into this phone line that in turn goes into your Sega Dreamcast. Believe it or not, there's actually quite a few games that support the DreamPi. The only other alternative that we could possibly have for getting our Sega Dreamcast back online these days would be the very expensive and highly coveted broadband adapter. Yep, this is a piece of technology that came out back in the day that allows us to connect an Ethernet cable to our Dreamcast and get online that way. You can still find these online on eBay and other sites like that, but they're pretty much always going to be at least a little bit more expensive than the DreamPi. Both of these solutions are great, but they both have their positives and negatives. Arguably, the DreamPi is going to be the most compatible device with every game that you're going to come across that has online gameplay. However, the broadband adapter seems to work a lot better with the game Outrigger. If you're unfamiliar, Outrigger is a first-person shooter that was based on online gameplay on the Sega Dreamcast released by Sega. I think this was their attempt to compete with Unreal Tournament and Quake 3, games like that. It's actually a really fun arcadey first-person shooter that recently got added to the list of compatible DreamPi online games. I tried it out with my DreamPi, and unfortunately it was a messy, laggy experience, and I had zero control over my shots. I kept dying before I even knew I was getting shot at. I learned much later that this is an issue with the DreamPi specifically. The game works so much better with a broadband adapter. Even so, most of you that are interested in getting your Dreamcast back online should probably look towards the DreamPi instead of the broadband adapter just to future-proof yourself. A new game might be added in the future that you're really interested in, and it probably will not be compatible with the broadband adapter over the DreamPi. But who knows? It's kind of difficult to determine whether or not that's going to be true unless we actually have it in front of us, and it all depends on the game too. Let's go ahead and address the elephant in the room, and I mean the reason that most of you would want to get your Sega Dreamcast back online again, and of course I'm talking about Phantasy Star Online. This is such a great MMO, and it's actually the first console MMO ever made. Believe it or not, there's still a very large community of people that enjoy playing this game online still. Whether it's on your Dreamcast with the broadband adapter, or the DreamPi, or if you're emulating it on your computer. Yeah. You can actually emulate the Sega Dreamcast on your computer and still play it online with Dreamcast users. What I really love about this Dreamcast Online thing is that you have a ton of options for connectivity. There's not a one and done solution. You have multiple different ways of getting your Dreamcast back online, which is a great thing. But if you're a stickler for original hardware like me, then you'll probably want to go the DreamPi route. That being said, this device is not perfect. I've had a few issues with it myself. Namely, most recently, I decided to buy a second DreamPi unit. The reason that I wanted to do this is so my girlfriend Emily and I could play Phantasy Star Online together. I have two Dreamcasts in my house. One is equipped with the GDEMU, which is an optical drive emulator, and if you're interested in that, I have an entire video all about it. My second Dreamcast is equipped with the old GD-ROM drive. So I've got two Dreamcasts and I want them both online at the same time so we can enjoy this game together. Didn't exactly work the first time we booted it up and I couldn't figure out why, until I checked out the Dreamcast Live website and found the frequently asked question. Apparently it's not possible right out of the box to boot up multiple DreamPis and connect to the same network. The reason for this is because the DreamPi actually has a Dreamcast IP, and all of the DreamPi units are the exact same IP. So in order to change this, you can either drag and drop a file onto the DreamPi itself, or you can get into the DreamPi and type in some code and change a couple of things. You could do this for multiple DreamPi units if you wanted to have a giant Phantasy Star Online party in your house with 3 or 4 Dreamcasts if you wanted to. But for my purpose, I just wanted 2 Dreamcasts connected so we could enjoy the game together. What I've learned from that process is that it's not always straightforward, but there is always a failsafe to go back to, and that is just rewriting the DreamPi image on your DreamPi. I'm pretty sure that this is a Linux-based software on the DreamPi, but you can still use a PC to get this to work. All you have to do is drag and drop the image that you'll find in the Dreamcast Live forums, drop it onto your DreamPi, and there you have it. You're starting over from scratch again. I was worried that I did something wrong when I went through to replace the text. I thought I might have screwed something up and potentially fried my DreamPi, but luckily PC Wizard, who is the genius behind this device, was really kind, really helped me out when I sent him an email regarding my issues, and he responded almost instantly. But just to make sure you don't make the same mistake that I did, just know that if something goes wrong and your DreamPi is acting up, it's not doing what it's supposed to do, you can always just rewrite the image and essentially reset it to default factory settings. So after my first attempt at changing the IP on the Dreamcast through the DreamPi, it didn't exactly work. I don't know what was happening, but I couldn't connect anymore. So I kind of panicked. I reached out to PC Wizard. I asked what's going on, and he recommended that I just reflash the image on the DreamPi itself, essentially resetting it back to the way it was. So I did that, and I dragged and dropped the image, and all of a sudden I was connected, and we were both connected together. Now I know how ridiculous this is. Having two Dreamcasts connected to the internet in 2026 and beyond is kind of strange, and it takes a special kind of person to want to do this, but if you are that special kind of person, you're gonna love it. It's really, really cool. And yes, we could just emulate the game on our computers and do it that way, but there's something special about it, man. Connecting this 25 plus years console back to the internet again. It's a really, really unique experience. Even Emily, somebody that doesn't have nostalgia like I do for this console, did not grow up with it, didn't grow up with a lot of retro video game consoles. Even she had to stop every once in a while to acknowledge just how cool this is. And she said something like, you know, we're probably the only two people in Central Arkansas right now that are doing this. And knowing Central Arkansas, she's probably right. So if you want to get that DreamPi for yourself, it costs me about 115 bucks, and that's with shipping, to get the entire kit shipped to you, ready to hook up, ready to go. I highly recommend it because it's such a straightforward way of getting your Dreamcast back online, and you have so many games to choose from: Phantasy Star Online, Quake 3, and there's some type of Minecraft type game called Classic Cube on the Dreamcast as well that I've yet to check out yet. So there's a lot of potential there with that DreamPi, and there's a lot of bang for your buck. And I've got to say, my first DreamPi, I think I bought in like 2017 or something like that. I've left that sucker plugged in with power all this time. I've never really taken it off the power, and it works just fine. I know that's probably not a smart thing to do, but if you've seen my setup, you'll understand why. I've got everything on a wire rack, all of my almost 30 consoles hooked up, and that's where the DreamPi stays, connected to the Dreamcast, because my idea with this setup is that I want to be able to turn on anything that I possibly want and get to playing whatever game that I want with minimal fuss. So if you're looking to upgrade your Sega Dreamcast and get back online with some like-minded individuals, whether it's on Quake 3 or PSO or some of the other weirder games that the DreamPi supports, I can highly recommend it. I'll put a link in the description below so you can check this out for yourself. And right after I tell you where to find this DreamPi, we have to get to the biggest negative about the DreamPi, and that is simply availability. The DreamPi is not always for sale. It only comes up for sale every now and again because, understandably, it's a very niche thing that only a few weirdos like myself and probably you would be interested in. That being said, it's super affordable at around 115 bucks shipped, and you can use it for years and years to come, so it's an investment for sure. I dabbled with the idea of getting a petition together to send to PC Wizard once the DreamPi was out of stock. I want people to have the option to get a DreamPi whenever they want to get it. As of the making of this video right now, the DreamPi is still in stock, so if you're interested, I would jump on it now rather than later. The DreamPi website is actually pretty strict. Do not email if you're asking about whether or not they are in stock. You'll see that on the website if they are in stock, and you just kind of have to wait. After I bought my first DreamPi, I kind of forgot about the website because I was busy enjoying the purchase that I'd made. I had no reason to check it out. But it's been a long time, and every once in a while they will pop up and then they'll go out of stock. One more important thing to note is that you don't exactly have to wait to purchase the DreamPi if you are savvy with building one yourself. Now, I would say that this isn't exactly a super complicated process, but it is a little bit over my head. I don't think I would be capable of doing this myself, but it does sound simple enough. You just need a Raspberry Pi, and you can download the DreamPi image from the website. There's a big chunk of it right there. What I'm more concerned with is finding the USB modem. There's a specific type, I believe, that you have to connect to this, and like I said, it's a little bit over my head, but maybe some of you guys can figure it out, and if you do, let me know in the comment section below. I'd be very curious to know what you guys think about the DreamPi. Is hooking up your Sega Dreamcast back to the internet something that you'd be interested in, or do you think it's just not worth it? Let me know the answers to all those questions in the comment section below. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks for subscribing, and I'll catch you guys on Phantasy Star Online. Hey there everybody, Travis Bowman here. I'm a fingerstyle guitar player and retro video game nerd. I'm joined by my two friends, Matt and Graham. And today is going to be the very first day in their entire lives that they are going to try out the ultimate gaming system. And of course, I'm talking about the Sega Dreamcast. Now, I didn't tell you guys this yet, but your friendship is going to be potentially tested tonight because these games that we're going to play are a versus type situation. So you guys are going to have to fight each other. Okay? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay with that. First on the list is Power Stone. Power Stone is, you guys heard of Super Smash Brothers before?
Yeah. I'm aware.
So it's like Nintendo's idea was to take all of their characters from all their games and have them beat the crap out of each other.
Yeah.
And it's a really successful franchise. This is kind of Sega's answer to that, but they didn't use all of Sega's characters. They just kind of created their own for this game.
Oh, okay.
It's a really crazy get in a small room and do all the crazy things you can to beat your opponent type game. There's all sorts of weapons and stuff, and it's really hectic, but I figured you guys would have a good time with that.
We like chaos.
Next up on the list is my favorite fighting game, and it's probably still in that top 5 game of all time, along with Jet Grand Radio, and that is the original Soul Calibur on the Sega Dreamcast. This is a fighting game.
Robot?
No, that's a lady.
Oh.
That's a lady. Her name is Ivy.
Very silver.
Yeah. I think she actually wears purple in the game.
Wait, why?
Oh. Yeah.
Why is it silver on here? No robots.
No, well, no.
Okay.
I don't think so, no. So what do we think about it? Just looking at it.
This person looks harmless. I don't think that person's gonna beat me up.
That person does not look harmless.
That person looks mean.
That
This person looks
Well,
nice.
we'll find out.
Nice
We'll
lady.
find out. They're as harmless as you make them.
I'm probably not gonna make it pretty harmless.
This game is such a wonderful fighting game, and it never has been done like this before this. It was just, fists and kicking each other and stuff, but
Yeah.
you have weapons in this game. And it's an extremely beautiful, even to this day, it's so pretty. It's one of the prettiest games on the system, and it's so fluid, and I'm really excited for you guys to test out some of those characters and see which one's going to be your favorite and all that good stuff, just like I did back in the day.
I see him smacking each other with these big old sticks.
Yeah.
Nice.
Maxie with the nunchucks.
Oh, what? Oh.
Yeah, he's got nunchucks,
Oh,
dude.
that's what that is.
And he's got like...
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
We like nunchucks.
Last on the list is one of the most desirable Sega Dreamcast games, and it's, again, one of those games that really defines the console despite the fact that it was on other platforms at the time. Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Have a gander at that. You guys like Marvel characters and Marvel comics and stuff like that? This game has so many of those characters in there.
I see Captain America.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Oh, is this one of the Capcom?
Yeah. So
another
Capcom,
game.
it's Street Fighter kind of stuff.
Right.
Which you guys probably haven't played, have you? Have you ever played Street Fighter?
I don't think so. No. I know the name, but I've never actually played it.
That's a mistake. We're
Everyone
gonna have to get you back to play some Street Fighter, then, for sure. Power Stone, Soul Calibur, and Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Let's pick some favorites. Which one? Soul Calibur?
Oh, this one looks kind of fun though. Like, I'm just kind of looking at it. It looks fun. I don't know how to. It looks more like cartooning. I kind of like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
We'll see how my opinion changes as we go.
Okay. Very good.
Oh yeah. Dreamcast. What's your favorite console? 3, 2, 1. Oh, mine is too. Power Stone. Oh, I know what I'm playing. Press the star button.
I'm missing something.
Versus. Nope, that's not versus.
Sorry.
Press start button.
I think we hit adventure by accident. Oh yeah, Jack. What a normal name.
For him.
Oh, it just decided for you. It wasn't gonna wait.
Okay. I wanted him.
Choose what you want. Make player one has to choose. My dad.
My dad.
Oh, why do I walk like that?
Oh, I like that.
Oh wait. Oh, I'm like all okay. Oh. Alright, let me figure out what I'm doing.
No.
Let me figure out what I'm doing. How did you pick that up? Oh, here we go. Come here. Oh, never mind. Come here. It's this B button.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how to use it though.
And you push Y to throw it.
Oh, what? How did I do that?
There you go.
I don't like how I walk. It just creeps me out.
Me too.
Oh, I missed. Come here.
Oh, yeah.
Take that! I like how you ran into the invisible wall. Come here. Living down this pole. I'm gonna get up here. Come get me.
Burn him.
No, no!
Yes.
Don't burn me! No!
Where you at?
Look at me, I'm already doing the drop part of drop and roll. Stop, drop, and roll. I'm not stopping though. I don't know what I am now. Oh, there's a bomb.
So there's 3 stones that appear on the stage, and the goal is like you want to try to get all 3 of them because then you can do the super version of yourself.
Oh.
That's pretty sick.
Okay.
Okay.
So you each have 1 right now.
We both have. Oh, I see it. Okay, I have the blue one. So if I like hit the other person, does it come out? Oh, you took my stone.
Yes.
Where'd it go?
She didn't take it. It flew on the map.
Oh, here it is.
See in the center of
Oh.
the screen
I'm
down
taking
the
it
bottom.
back.
No.
Oh, the other one. I'm getting the other one.
No.
Try to get me.
I will.
Whatever. Come here. I'm gonna get your stone. Alright. Oh, yeah.
Flatten me.
Ah, there you go. Nice. Oh.
Stones, get the stones.
Why can't I get you? Give me this.
Too fast, you can't do it.
Oh, okay. There we go. You almost got the stones. Yeah.
Can't choose from this time. Will let me.
You can choose. It's just that time goes out and it chooses for you.
I want him.
Okay. Ooh.
Oh.
I just come out of the
You're
ground.
still a weird guy.
I like the weird guy.
I don't like the weird guy.
I mean, he kind of creeps me out, but I like him. What is this? Oh, yeah. Nope, no, I keep trying to pick things up and I throw you instead. I miss. There's a gun. Come here. Ow!
How do I take that? I don't know.
Hit B.
Oh.
There you go.
Sick.
Wait, where's the other diamond? Take that. Ow! Get your diamonds. Get the diamond. You just walk into it. You got this. I want to see whatever your character looks like. What?
Ooh.
Press both triggers. Same time. Spirit bomb.
Oh.
There you go.
That wasn't cool.
That was cool.
That was no.
Yeah.
No.
You have to admit that was cool. You have to.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it was.
Dreamcast. Oh, wait, wrong way. I could draw that logo. I like that. Versus series. And now, Cable. Oh. New characters. Is this just an ad in the game?
Oh, but it looks really cool.
We're just getting an ad for a game we already have. Here's all the features of the game that you're about to play. Just go with it.
Versus mode.
Okay. Oh, wait, here we go. I want to be Spider-Man.
I want to be,
Pick 3 characters.
3?
I also want... What is this? Is that a cactus?
Oh.
I want that guy. Versus... Oh yeah. Look at me. Wait, what?
Oh, what did I just...
How did that happen? What? Where does he keep coming from?
I don't know.
What? Look at me kick. Oh. No, stop. Stop.
No, this is fun. Oh.
How do I keep summoning my friends? Stop. I know you learned how to press buttons, but stop pressing them.
I love pressing buttons.
No. Okay, well I know what game I don't like.
I love this game. This is fun.
No. Stop. How? How are you still on the first one?
I don't know.
I died. I died. Dang it.
I love this.
Stop.
Push buttons, right?
Press both triggers at the same time.
Oh, what? Uh-oh. I didn't like that.
Oh, God.
You killed me.
Woohoo.
What? That's stupid. Alright, let's do a different map. Let's do whatever this is. Oh, some pirate lady. Why am I not... I'm not green. I'm a human Hulk. Or like regular, you know. Really pale. Punch me. Oh, I didn't mean for you to actually. I meant to block. No! How are you good at this game?
This is fun, man.
Take that. Take that. I'm just pressing all the buttons. You see that? Oh. Yeah, I like that move. Okay, Wolverine. Hey, I'm getting it. Hulk's awesome. I'm getting it. I can't get past your little nails. Oh, I don't know what I just did.
Oh, that's fun.
What? Oh, it's you. Ow. Stop it. This is my last guy. So you gotta beat Captain America.
No,
There you go. There you go.
Oh, how'd you get it before me?
Oh, yeah.
No. Don't encourage her.
Oh.
That was a close one though. I think he beat me by quite a margin last time. Oh. Stop it with your up kicks. Like just straight up. Stop it.
no.
How do your kicks throw the Hulk? Like the
Look
Hulk.
at this lady.
The Hulk cast away.
So this is like the best character.
Look at those. Like, just. How did that lady kick me in the air?
Look how tough she is.
Stop it.
No.
What? Seriously? I'm just gonna go this way.
Come on. Oh, you want me to come over there and get you? Okay.
I'm gonna go this way now. Watch
Come
this.
on, man.
Watch this. I'm gonna go this way now.
Keep bouncing.
You and your stupid kicks.
Oh.
Take that.
Dang it. Well, now I have.
Press the yellow and red button together. Switch characters.
Oh.
Oh, well, I can't do that. Ow! How did you... How? How did you do this? I'm gonna do the...
Ah.
This game sucks. Oh, just push me across the room. That's not very sportsmanlike of you, not very... Watch me. Good job.
So
just press the button. Like,
oh,
press.
press buttons.
I know how to do that, I think.
You haven't done it very good.
Don't like that. How? I don't understand. Don't understand.
Oh, she's back. Let's go.
Stop it! You and your stupid kicks.
You can't beat my kicks.
I'm about to.
Oh, I have a whip too? That was cool.
Look at that.
Dang it.
Oh, hey, this is the same character.
What?
It's the same characters. You're blue.
Oh, mine's cool.
Oh, wait, I still have one more.
On it.
Destroy him.
How do you know he wasn't talking to me?
No, he's talking to me. He wants me to win.
No, don't do it. No!
Yeah, but oh my god!
Ah, there we go.
No!
Look, you just barely. Here it comes. I love how the audio they have, the Namco. I love how they always have to say the name.
Just in case you didn't know.
In case you can't read.
Versus that.
Welcome back to the stage of
Oh yeah. Look at this guy, looks like a bird.
I want her.
This guy's just fire. I want to be bird guy.
versus Cervantes. Battle 1, fight!
Well, that, uh-oh. Oh, no. 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 How do I... Oh, take that. That was cool. No. I think I was already dead. I just kept going.
The yellow button is horizontal attack, green button is vertical attack, red button is kick.
Okay. Ah. Oh. Dang it. Stop. Stop. This game sucks. I know you, I know.
What does that tell you again?
I know Ivy wins. I know.
3, fight!
No, no. What? How, what? How?
Oh, wait, these look cool.
I thought I was.
You can't block.
I thought I was blocking. This game's stupid.
I love this game.
No, it's not. No, no, you don't. No, you don't. No. Let me block.
No. Whoa. I went too, okay.
You just jumped out too. There you go. I don't understand. I don't understand. Oh, I love how our characters are on here. That's so cool.
That's really cool.
And it's not just like one character, it's the character that we are. Take this. Look at that. Look at that. I'm figuring it out.
Oh no.
Yeah, you thought I couldn't do it.
I did think that.
I thought so too. Oh yeah.
No.
Oh yeah. I'm getting it. Come here.
This victory strengthened the soul.
Why does it have to replay?
It's okay.
Why does it have to
okay.
replay?
It's okay. Look at that. Isn't that cool? He's like, oh.
They're inside the...
He's only by his thumbs.
Try to hit me. Oh, can't.
Every time you say that.
Every time. I swear. What does this do?
Okay, twice I've kicked you off the edge. That time I went back. I didn't jump off with you.
Travis, I don't like this game. Look at me. I like how sweet I look.
This is Sophitia. Battle 1, fight!
Seriously? Really? Really? I'm trying so hard. What in the world? What? I don't like your character, by the way. He kind of freaks me out.
I like him. He moves weird.
I don't like what he's wearing.
I like his little arms.
His little arms?
Not arms, hands.
His arms are so little. Stop. Stop with your kicks. Yeah. That's what you get. That's what you deserve.
Okay.
With your really weird clothing. Sophitia.
Battle 3, fight! Knockout!
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I don't know how I did that,
I don't know
but
how you did that either.
I like that over and over and over
I
again.
did not like that.
You didn't like that?
Mm.
I liked it. It's pretty cool.
Battle 4, fight!
I'm not gonna let you win again.
Yeah.
No.
Oh yeah. So what is that? 2 to 5?
Maybe.
Here, let's see what our score is. 4 to 2.
Okay, you're catching up.
I'm catching up.
You're catching up.
Rock versus Lizard Man. Battle 1, fight!
You're like a bull. I'm just.
Isn't this the one you had earlier?
Oh, it is.
Yeah, rock.
I didn't realize it was a mess. Okay, stop. 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 Stop.
Go on, die.
Stop.
Go, go, go.
No.
No.
Oh yeah. Look at that. Look at my tail. Oh yeah.
Battle Battle 2, fight! This victory strengthens.
Bye bye, lizard man. Look at him. He's like, "Wah!"
Ah!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dang it.
Oh yeah, this is how I feel.
I'm mad about something now. Okay. Let's see how it goes. I felt bad. I like
This strengthens the soul of Lizard Man. That's what he said.
I don't like that.
That was a weird way to put it. I can do this. I can get to. I can do 4-3. Seriously? No.
It's like whoever gets the first hit usually keeps it going.
Stop.
You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. Look at me.
Yeah.
Look at what you're doing to me. No.
Off the edge. Go.
Final battle, fight!
Look, I got you knocked off too. We're not tied. You still beat me, but I'm pretty happy with that.
You guys played the Dreamcast for I think over 2 hours this
I
time.
think so, yeah.
Yeah, we played a lot of games. So Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Power Stone, and Soul Calibur. In your opinion, which one was the best game out of those 3?
Okay, so acknowledging the fact that I lost in 2 of them.
Know which one you're gonna say.
Yeah, I mean, you know because of that, but I actually really did like Power Stone. Like, I just really like the maps. I love how you move around, have weapons. Obviously, I'm biased.
Sure.
It's the only one I won. But I really love the maps. They're so cool.
Yeah, it was a really kind of a cartoony game, but that's part of the fun.
Yeah,
for
that's
sure.
what made it so much fun.
What about you?
I'm gonna say the Marvel.
Really? You like that one more than Soul Calibur? Really?
Actually, yeah, that one was really cool.
Okay. I know somebody's going to say this in the comments, but my save file got corrupted for Marvel vs. Capcom 2, so we didn't get to play with all the characters this time. But, you know, that's just kind of the way that game is. Back then, you know, you had to really play the crap out of a game to unlock everything. You know, you really had to grind at it, and I really kind of miss that compared to today where you can just, you know, pay for everything with these microtransactions and stuff. This is really a different time, and it's such a night and day difference between now and then with what you could do with a game like that. But I think I might do a little bit more grinding and unlock some more characters now since my save file is dead. I was really going to think that you were going to say Soul Calibur was your favorite because you might not have done so hot in Sonic Adventure, but I think you have a real talent for fighting games. Like you were kicking his ass, which was very fun to watch, by the way.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
Those were like tied as my favorite.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a lot of great fighting games on the Dreamcast, for sure, and there's a lot of great platformers, too. But then again, there's a lot of everything, and this is, again, just the tip of the iceberg of the great games. So, really what we didn't have the time to get into was all of the online stuff, too. Because, you know, there were video game systems that were online back in the day, but nothing like this before.
Yeah.
If you look on this side of the console, it has a built-in modem.
Yeah.
So back in the day, you could just plug this into your phone line and hook up to the internet and play all sorts of games online. And back then, especially in like 1999, that was a really revolutionary thing. And the crazy thing about the Dreamcast and its fan base is that you can still do that today. You can still play. There's a lot of games that you can still play online today.
Yeah.
There's a lot of RPGs. It's a lot of great stuff too. It's hard to rank everything because you guys are so polarizing in your opinions on the best and the worst.
Polarizing.
But you know, at the end of the day, they're all great games, and that's just it just goes to show you that this console really has something for everyone. And You're not going to like every single game on the console, but there is a game on there that you're guaranteed to like because it's just such a wonderful console. We really appreciate you guys watching this video. Thanks so much for subscribing, and make sure you check out the Sega Genesis video that we did together if you haven't checked that one out already. Thank you so much for watching this video. Thanks for subscribing, and I'll catch you guys at the next one. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.